millimeter, it be accurately measured.
It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, EST. Now you know it's flat below ground. Measured flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P, Curved Fart, Pablo de la Cruz, Level Plain Poem, Vitali C, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMails24, Unimento, Iron26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Bob Barker, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video, together with the links to my book, Measured Flat, which you can buy now. You can also become an affiliate and sell the book underneath your video. So if you'd like to make 30% of the sales of Measured Flat, then check out the affiliate link also in the info box below this video. But with that, I'll hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Good job you're all here.
I'm having Discord issues. These motherfuckers really, it's at the point, Nathan, where I don't even want to explain things anymore.
Okay.
I got the Viking, Harp, Steve A, and Vax. All freaking attack. I thought moderators were supposed to have some sort of respect. Don't curse them out. You know, don't get in the middle. What am I moderating for if when I do something it gets overridden? So it's like, why am I moderating? I'm just going to tell the Virgin Droid, take me off moderation because it don't mean shit. Call you an asshole. Like,
Okay.
Nathan is putting out is from the shows, you know, stupid shit. Yeah, I'm done with Discord.
So I heard you talking yesterday. What was it? They were talking about Tartaria, and I said, "Yeah, the proof of its existence is there's no proof for its existence." And the guy's like, "Let me post my proof," and then his proof turned out to be nothing.
What, he didn't post anything?
No, he posted a picture of some rocks.
Yeah, I've seen it all before. So the suggestion will be that there's been some cataclysm or some catastrophe or some mud flood or some whatever. And they're like, this petrified the buildings, or calcified the buildings, or made the buildings melt, or whatever. So the claim is massive catastrophe being the cause of a certain building disfigurement. And the picture they show you is a disfigured building. And you're like, okay, well, that proves that we've got a disfigured building. But that's literally all it proves. But in their mind, that proves that there was a freaking ark, or He-Man came down and struck it with his sword. Whatever.
Yeah, they think because their story involves the disfigurement of buildings, that the disfigurement of buildings is somehow proof of their claim. It's like, man.
Yeah.
They don't get it.
Orcs came down and bred with humans, and they created this master mutant race of superhuman, strong beings that weren't particularly intelligent, but will definitely eventually take over the Earth. Puts up picture of Sloth from the Goonies. That's the proof that they are the orc master race bred, and that's their offspring. That's proof.
I don't know how people got this dumb. Or were they always this dumb?
I think they were always this dumb. People like a fantasy. People like a good story. And feel like they're obliged to ask for some sort of evidence because it feels like they're compelled to do so. As long as they get something, that makes it legit. I've seen this cycle before. Someone was moaning, I think it was PJ Cruikshank, was moaning about a guy called the Fittest Flat Earther. And he's out there saying that, who was it? Chris Hemsworth is actually the guy from Point Break, Patrick Swayze. And you're like, oh, this sounds familiar. You know, we used to do this about 10 years ago. I mean, when I say we, I mean flat earthers used to do this about 10 years ago. Obviously, I got very irritated with it very quickly. And then, you know, just started to take the piss out of it. So I'd be talking about Will Smith being everyone. So Will Smith would be anybody that was black. You know, well, that's actually Will Smith that's playing that character. Morgan Freeman? Yeah, that's Will Smith. Barack Obama? Yeah, that's Will Smith. It's just a piss take. Because that's what they used to do. That was the standard. Say it and it's so. And in my humble opinion, looking back on it, it always felt like these stories were fed into a community, Flat Earth in this instance, to make them look like idiots. And you had Quasilumus saying we've got to get to the centre of the CD and blood over intent. If you've been in the community long enough, you'll remember this shite. Where I get the term, you don't have to like it. That's what he used to say when he made a baseless assertion. Somebody is somebody else. Somebody's formerly a man that is now a woman, or vice versa. And he'd state it, and then you don't have to like it would be the next statement out of his mouth. There was a master race that created an offshoot of mutated, super strong humans. Puts up picture of Sloth. You don't have to like it. Also, we've got to get to the centre of the CD. Spill your blood for Quasiluminous. Blood over intent.
Center of the CD.
Centre of the CD, you've got it. Got to get to the centre of the CD.
Well, like Earth was a compact disc.
Yeah, Earth is the compact disc, and we've got to get to the centre of it. That's where Mount Meru is. That's going to have the answer to all.
God.
The magnetic mountain at the centre of the CD. Just a lot of bollocks to make us sound like stupid idiots. Now we're boring, right? But a step up from being a conspiratard flat earther is being a heliocentric understander. What's the word for that? Somebody with heliocentric knowledge is one step up from as far as society is concerned, the engineered version of a flat earther, the pot-smoking hippie who talks about spilling your blood over intent, men being women, women being men, Chris Hemsworth being Patrick Swayze. You know what I mean. My response to PJ Cruikshank was, PJ is obviously Annie Lennox. Same bone structure, same head, same 80s popularity. Don't have to like it.
Back when I was younger, I looked like the guy from Atari Teenage Riot. And I just tell people that there was a factory of me that produced me out there. And he was one of the successful ones. I got thrown in the reject pile.
Nathan, did you just say my mother's a bloke?
Annie Lennox? I'm sure that's not your mother.
Well, she's called Annie Lennox. She can't sing for crap.
Your mother is called Annie Lennox?
Correct. Can't sing for crap, though.
My bad. Next time I'll say Jimmy Somerville. But does it not feel like history repeating? If anybody's been around for the last 10 years, it'd have to be 10 years plus that they've been around to have seen these people. If you've been around 9 years, you probably won't remember Jesse Spots, Quasi-Luminous, even some of the other nutcases. We talked about the Lord Stephen Christ character. He did manage to linger a little bit longer before he vanished. But there were all these kooky people in the community all peddling stupid nonsense in the name of Flat Earth. And now it started happening again with the same shit. Reptilians, mud flood. Next will be silicon trees. You mark my words, it'll come back up. What we call the feast of nonsense is like a revolving wheel of garbage. And it's on a 10-year cycle, it seems. On the other hand...
Did you say silicon trees?
Silicon trees, yes. Tabletop Mountain is actually made of silicon and it's a form of tree. What you're actually looking at is a stump. It's my third most popular video on the channel, actually. So there's the No Forest on Flat Earth round table, and it's hosted by David Weiss, and there's about 10 people on the panel, and I'm the only person there going, what are you all babbling about? What is the evidence for this nonsense? Everyone else is like, wow, Tabletop Mountain's really a tree stump. Amazing. That's what everyone else on the panel saying. I'm there going, you really believe this crap? What is the evidence of this? Prove it. My usual way of being. I haven't changed much in 12 years. But I thought it was bollocks then, and I think it's bollocks now. Most of the stuff that Flat Earthers peddle isn't Flat Earth. It's nonsense. Where they got this nonsense, I don't know. But there are, like I say, various different accounts that blow up in the name of Flat Earth, only to almost immediately peddle complete shite. Nobody's agreeing or disagreeing.
Well, it seems like it's repeating itself because, in my opinion, the conspirators and the conspiracies are coming fast and hard. And if you disagree, then you're a gatekeeper. Is it showtime?
Not quite.
Don't you remember back in the beginning, wasn't Eric Debate calling everybody shills, right? Gatekeepers.
Yeah, he was right, wasn't he?
He was right about not everybody, because he called you one too. But he was right about certain people.
I don't think he did. I don't remember for calling me a shill.
Yeah.
I heard he did.
I don't think so. I think you'd be hard pushed to find that. I also called Eric a shill, at one point about 10 years ago.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of the other way around. It was me calling him a shill, not the other way around.
Oh yeah, because he was calling everybody a shill. So yeah, like I said, I never heard it. I thought I heard, but I was probably thinking of what you calling him a shill. But it's same thing's happening now. But see, that was focused on flat Earth. Now we're focusing on everything else, and if you don't line up with it, and the funny thing is, I never freaking lined. I never said I believe the narrative of 9/11 the way they told us it. I never said that, not one time. But that's what I'm accused of, right? Same thing with all the other shit. I never said I didn't believe that chemtrails didn't exist. I just asked for proof. Show me some proof that they're doing it everywhere and they're poisoning the skies. I never said football or sports couldn't be fixed. I said show me the proof that it is scripted. Yo.
Afternoon.
Hello.
Morning, Nathan.
Good morning. It's very good to be here.
Good morning.
Good morning. Now, we did try and cover a video yesterday that was by some channel called Avocado, something or other. It just ended up being the case that it turned into a generation tool for discussions in Earth Awakenings. I did actually want to cover the video. I should really put it in the title of the live stream. I will change that when I get an opportunity or when someone's talking more than I am. But the video will get covered at some point today. But the discussion we were having in the pre-show was, in my opinion, more interesting. So if that ends up taking up the whole live show, I'll not be disappointed. Let's just put it that way. And the discussion that we were having in the pre-show was some of the conspiratorial subjects that get covered in lieu of covering Flat Earth, basically. That's to say, instead of covering Flat Earth, people will talk about Will Smith being Barack Obama, or Michelle Obama being a man, or suggestions that you should put your intent down on paper and smear it with blood, or that Chris Hemsworth is actually Patrick Swayze. These are all narratives that will be pushed by people in the Flat Earth community under the heading of Flat Earth that has absolutely no semblance of connection whatsoever to Flat Earth. Now, when I first entered the arena about 12 years ago, what I found was a guy called Jesse Spots, and his rhetoric was about clone centres. And he had the rhetoric that Taylor Swift, who'd just come out and was starting to become popular at the time, was actually a clone and been produced by one of these clone centres. Same guy, Jesse Spots, also pushed things like the Mandela effect and other conspiratorial nonsense. We listed a few off in the pre-show: No Forests on Flat Earth, Mandela effect, just being a couple of them. But it seems to me like this is on a timer. It's like a 10-year cycle. There'll be a whole load of flurfs that come out that aren't interested in talking about Flat Earth, and furthermore aren't even interested in talking about the engineered PSYOP version of Flat Earth, where they say Earth's not a ball, we see too far. Like the old school version of Flat Earth that we would all prefer to step away from. If people are interested in their globe belief, as a consequence of being that type of Flat Earther, we are all now well versed, not that we wanted to be particularly, in what makes the world ball-shaped. The mathematics and measurements, more importantly, of a flat Earth that get engineered into a ball Earth paradigm to better explain the movements of the lights in the sky. Now, we, as experts in that subject, have realised after the fact that becoming a heliocentric expert is still one of those subjects, a feast of nonsense subject. It has no real connection beyond its engineered ability to back calculate flat Earth measurements inside a ball called the globe that people think they're on when transposing flat Earth measurements inside that ball. So it does have a slim connection to a flat Earth once you understand the origins of that paradigm, the heliocentric globe Earth moving around the sun paradigm, that is. And in so doing, we've now, as I say, acquired this knowledge of where flat Earth must be measured in order to create that paradigm. But for the most part, I would still categorise anti-globe rhetoric as being part of the Feast of Nonsense, a PSYOP version of Flat Earth, because Flat Earth itself is very basic. It should be in a completely separate category because it's just geography. It's just geometry and has nothing to do with the science, so-called, of a globe Earth. The science of a globe Earth is taught with the prerequisite flat Earth measurements being understood but just never mentioned. So bringing those to the forefront annoys people who believe they're on a globe greatly, and I don't think there's any necessity to do that moving forward. If somebody has a globe belief, we can lean into it and start pointing out to them where their globe belief relies on flat Earth measurements if they're under the misapprehension that there's a debate in the subject. Deny the flat Earth measurements at your own globe Earth peril because it's fundamentally reliant on them. The foundations of the globe belief are flat Earth measurements, so you can't deny them, but that obviously puts a complete close to the debate if you're going to suggest there is one. But to have a so-called debate, you need a group that are called flat earthers, separate from the flat Earth measurements, which go without saying and are used by both sides, talking about how the world's not a globe as their primary point of discussion when their topic and heading of videos is flat Earth, but their secondary attack points for the public to indulge in are feast of nonsense subjects like Mandela Effect, like clone centres, like reptilians, like 9/11 Truth or Sandy Hook, or any of these baby hoaxes that people engage with generally prior to getting to the subject of flat Earth, actually anti-globe. And they'll be quick to peddle out these conspiracy theories, which is precisely what they are. And I understand and appreciate this is a CIA terminology that's been filtered into society from about the 50s and 60s onward. But it gives another opportunity, if you understand that, to start talking about MK Ultra and suggesting that who was the most recent Katy Perry is under MK Ultra control because she's been sent up on Blue Origin and came back and started kissing the ground and holding flowers. You're like, that doesn't make her MK Ultra, but it does make you sound pretty kooky if you're talking about it. In this case, specifically Flat Earth Dave. So, you know, Dave is an old school flat earther from that era 10 years ago. Maybe a little bit more recent. Maybe Dave's been around for 9 years or so. But talking about 9/11 Truth, Sandy Hook Truth, Katy Perry being under the MK Ultra program, things like that, that just, in my humble opinion, make us look like idiots. Like, flat Earth is very basic. It's just measured flat. Look at any Earth measurement and you'll understand that. If we can make it about Katy Perry being MK Ultra'd, or whether or not Taylor Swift's a clone, or whether or not Tabletop Mountain's actually a silicon tree that's been cut down, then we can have that as the primary base for people to mock and ridicule us. Now, there's very little to mock and ridicule when we're pointing out how flat it's just measured by everybody in all circumstances. That gets you a lot worse fate, though. That gets people chasing after your kids, trying to take your career away from you, stealing from you, things like that. Anyway, that's the subject of today. Would my panel agree, or would the people of Discord, there's quite a few of you in there now, agree that this seems like it's on a 10-year cycle, like it's almost poured into the mix every 10 years, and suddenly there's this resurgence of what I call feast of nonsense subject matters being peddled by flat earthers?
Well, if you're going to keep people fixed in a paradigm that's false, you need to have them following a false trail. So it would have to be cyclical.
Without becoming conspiratorial, it does kind of beg a question of how that is occurring. How do people get these conspiratorial subjects? And I think the person who came up with the answer was probably Neil about 4 years ago, when he suggested that the routes into the subject matter are from a conspiratorial realm. That's to say, algorithmically, if you're watching a subject about everybody in the media being a transsexual, for instance, that type of conspiracy, there's a good chance that the algorithm will then present you a flat Earth style video, you know, whether it's Flat Earth Clues by Mark Sargent or an Eric DeBay video, or whatever it is that is then given to you to get you on that path when you're already wandering down a path of conspiracy anyway. There's a natural tendency for that particular individual to talk about what they've got the most knowledge in. If their knowledge base is a 9/11 based knowledge base, and then they get to Flat Earth, there's a good chance that they're going to open with Flat Earth because it's intriguing, and then go on to explain how they have a view about 9/11 and what they think it is in terms of their view that it's a directed energy weapon as a cause, or whatever, thermite weapons, pre-detonation, a conspiracy by the owner to get the insurance money because of asbestos, whatever bullshit they want to peddle in the name of flat earth, as a flat earther, representing the community that we all are a part of, whether we like it or not. Has anybody else come across these TikTok videos or shorts videos where they see there's a guy with a sort of short bushy beard that just talks about conspiracies?
Are you denying conspiracies, Nathan?
Yeah.
You're denying conspiracies exist, or are you denying certain things that they label conspiracy?
I'm saying that when it comes to this subject, our subject of flat earth is very specific. It's about earth measurements, geometry, geography, mapping. That's what it's about. That's what flat earth is. Yeah? Now, if you put that into a practical terminology, you're talking about navigating, surveying, building. Those are the things that you do with the geography once you've measured earth flat. But that's it. That is an all-encompassing description of earth being flat in a specific category that only ever details the measurements of a flat earth. There are never any exceptions to those facts, so it's quite narrow. Our subject field is quite narrow. Does it include the idea that Barack Obama's actually played by Will Smith, Neil?
I get what you're saying.
Whether or not
Like they could call anything that you can't prove, like you said, Nathan, they could label a conspiracy. So there's no proof for it. It's just something that you're saying. It can't be proved, therefore it's a conspiracy. Flat Earth can be proved. You know, it's measured from sea level. All measurements for mapping and navigation and construction are measured flat. That's not a conspiracy, but it's been melded into that category, and that's what we're talking about today. And it should be separated. It got mingled in there somehow, and it shouldn't have done.
Yeah, I mean, you can put many fruitless hours into producing content that starts off by engaging an audience about Earth being flat as the predominant title of the video, and then immediately veers off into peddling the ideas of free energy and ether, veers off into peddling the ideas of mudflugs and Tartaria, veers off into the idea that government control has resulted in conspiracies like 9/11. But those have got nothing to do. Well, I say they've got nothing to do. Very late in the production of the book, check it out, Measured Flat, link in the info box below this video. Right, there's a chapter that I describe specifically some of the aspects of these conspiracies. And like with the rest of the book in terms of how it's themed, that is then channeled back into actual measurements. So I pour scorn in the book to a certain degree on 9/11 truthers, right? That conspiracy. But then bring it back on track to, describing how when people actually study and analyse the event, 9/11 specifically, and the planes, then their analysis of that will only ever involve measuring Earth flat. The descent paths, the distances, the altitudes, the trajectories are all with respect to a flat plane, because that's all they can ever be. So I spin it back in the book. That is to say, take something that is typically taking the audience away from flat Earth and go, okay, this subject that has absolutely sod all to do with flat Earth now that it's about whether or not there's directed energy weapons and talking about Judy Wood can be brought back on track when you talk about how they measured the suggested trajectory. Who cares? It's not like it's going to be any different to any other plane that's ever detailed in history ever. When you measure its height above sea level, put it in a flight level, and have it with a descent path that's calculated with distance that's linear and horizontal, and the drop in altitude perpendicular to a plane of reference. The measurements for the descent are flat Earth measurements. Anybody's ever done a reconstruction for 9/11 to suggest that it's somehow untoward or that the pilots couldn't have pulled off the maneuver doesn't change that what they demonstrate in their so-called standard when they reproduce it has to work with a plane because it's detailing the distances and the drop with respect to how high they are from surface level. That's how it's done. So I can re-spin these things back into a flat Earth evidence when it comes to things like 9/11 because it includes objects, planes, that have to make measurements of Earth's surface that rely on the topographical deviations. Part of that topography, in this particular instance, might be towers, it might be mountains, but all of which are measured with respect to sea level for their altitude so that planes don't smash into them. That's the idea of measuring accurately every single altitude of every object on Earth's surface ever. And that's exactly what we've done. We've got Earth measurements. The topographical deviations and altitudes of everything ever have been measured with respect to sea level. Sea level's been measured. And when you've measured those things, you can plot them out so that you can have a flight flying a safe flight level parallel with ground level, so they don't hit buildings or mountains. It is very basic when it comes to actually describing how flat Earth must be measured, because it is. And there aren't any exceptions.
This subject's almost like the looking glass, because once you come to it, the conspiracy is what everyone believes, and the truth is considered conspiracy. And that might be why this is the nexus for all of those.
Yes. In the mind's eye of the religious believer.
Agreed, and we all...
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Fisherman in a Box.
Yeah, I agree as well, because we can say the same thing with the moon landing hoax. It doesn't matter whether they did or didn't. All of their measurements had to be taken off of a flat plane, and just by process of default, it shows where the truth is.
Yeah, the measurements will always lead you back to a flat plane. If you focus on the measurements, that's where you'll be led, and that's what will be detailed. Altitudes, distances, trajectories, azimuth, all of these things that are used in ballistics. And that's all that's ever used. There's only one type of measurement of Earth's surface, and it's flat. So if you focus on those things, then you'll be good by us, generally speaking. But people don't. They want to focus on the conspiratorial aspects, because their end objective isn't actually making people realise how flat Earth is, because that actually goes without saying. Now, most people may not understand that even at a subconscious level, but that is the reality. Everybody's always going to describe altitudes perpendicular to sea level and distances horizontal, azimuth with a horizontal degree from north. Why will they always describe them like that? Because it's the only way you can describe them. So there isn't any alternative. You can only describe Earth as flat. Now, that spanning into the suggestion that there's been a directed energy weapon at an altitude not mentioned with respect to its sea level prerequisite that's blown up a couple of buildings takes it away from the flat Earth measurements of sea level, surface level, perpendicularity, parallel flight level. All of those things are getting ignored. So we can say there's a directed energy weapon, or that the government, or that the owner has committed insurance fraud. In other words, a conspiracy. That's what gets focused on. Now, whether or not we can change that moving forward, hopefully a few more people will buy the book, and then they'll pass on the information that's contained within. Because it's the anti-conspiracy when you read the book. Like I say, in that, I can't remember which chapter it is specifically. Maybe someone will remind me. But where I talk about 9/11 truth, I think it might be in the chapter called Troll. We were talking about it yesterday, as that's where one deck had got up to. But in the Troll chapter, I'm specifically talking about a character that would porn bomb the show. Now, that particular character would suggest that, quote, flat Earth is muddying the waters of 9/11 truth. And the 9/11 truth is the conspiratorial version of 9/11. That is to say, people bracing against the narrative that's been put out into the mainstream about hijackers, basically. You go, I think it's completely the opposite. 9/11 truth muddies the waters of the flat Earth measurements contained within it.
Yeah, true, Nathan. But as well as conspiracies, a lot of these so-called advanced, globers, sorry, not globers, flat earthers, get derailed onto debunking the heliocentric model and debunking the globe. I heard one of them do it the other day. Plenty of opportunities to explain how Earth's measured flat, but then got sidetracked into talking about gravity. Yeah. And then the so-called flat earther was saying, well, it's not gravity. Started talking about, electromagnetism and the Earth being negatively charged. And that's why things go down, not that everything does go down. And then all of a sudden you're in this talk about debunking the heliocentric nonsense, where he had plenty of opportunities within the conversation that I was listening to, just to point out, like you've done in the book, that he's already mentioned and used flat Earth prerequisites to then talk about some heliocentric nonsense. And then you're off in the wrangle-tangle jungle world of the globe. So that's what's happening also.
Yeah, and it's just people reverting to the default position, right? It's the idea that if you can engage people with something that's fanciful, then they'll keep engaging with you because it keeps that excitement going that you got when you originally came to the subject of flat Earth. And that's because of something that John's postulated recently, which is you can flip the default position. The default position for Earth and its measurements are flat. Like when you describe a descent path for a plane. Not necessarily a plane on 9/11, any plane. Right? It's travelling at a parallel flight level. Parallel with what? The ground level or sea level. That's what it's flying parallel with. When they descend, they're calculating the distance and the drop. Sound familiar? Yeah, that's because it's the same as any other measurement of Earth. Horizontal distance and verticality axiomatically tied at the hip at 90 degrees. These are axioms that must hold true to calculate a descent path for every plane ever. So what do we focus on? What did we focus on 10 years ago? Whether or not it was an inside job. You're like, okay, aren't you a flat earther? Shouldn't you, if you're going to reference this, go straight to the measurements? And the answer is no. In fact, for the last 10 years, we've braced against what we have, like I say, labelled the Feast of Nonsense, because it seems like almost every other person in the arena of flat earth will predominantly focus on some conspiratorial aspect adjacent to flat earth. And even if it's got a direct connection in the measurements, they'll go without saying. No one's going to talk about descent paths. You won't find a single flat earth video ever that's talking about how the descent path of the planes proves the flat earth, because that's how it's been measured. You will only find that here. We're the only ones talking in this way. You will not find anybody else. Maybe that'll change. Maybe 5 years from now, everyone will be talking in those contextual terms, because Earth is measured flat in all circumstances. If you've got something that's conspiratorial that has an Earth measurement inside it, then that Earth measurement will be a flat Earth measurement, because it can't be anything else. That's the only way we've ever measured Earth. Does anybody know what I'm talking about when I say about the bearded guy that appears on flat Earth videos that talk about mud floods and conspiracies and?
Well, yeah, I know what you're talking about, but this guy LJ69 says Tartaria does have validity. What's wrong with talking about it? We don't only have to talk about flat Earth. You're missing it, though. Nathan, explain it again.
It doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth. If you're going to say that there's an ancient flood, or the buildings that have got basements are actually mud flood houses, what connection does that actually have with Earth's flat measurements? The answer is none. It doesn't have any connection. It's just something that you found interesting. Now, you might hate me being the messenger of this, but it's just a fact. It has absolutely nothing to do with Earth's flat measurements. Those are a practical endeavour. That is to say, there's normally something that needs to be done. I tried to get this across on yesterday's show when we were in Earth Awakenings, because I kept asking the same question. It just was met with silence, and then a repetition of a version of the measurements being delivered in terms of how they connected to a ball, which is fine. But I would say, what are we doing this for? What was the point? You know, if we're going to measure angles and describe the latitude system, or we're going to measure angles and describe the coordinate system, why are we measuring the angles? What are we doing to be out with a sextant? What's the practical reason for doing that? Now, if we can establish why you'd be doing it, there's normally something of severe consequence attached to that measurement. That's to say, typically people don't go out and just for a folly grab a sextant and start measuring angles. Nobody's doing that. The reason you'd be doing it is because if it's a life and death circumstance where you want to find your way home and need to find your position on the sea, that's why you'd be using a sextant. So when it comes to anything that's practical, like again with the descent paths of the planes, why would we be doing this? Why would we need the horizontal distance and vertical altitude? Well, so we can land safely. That's why. There's a practical reason for making these calculations with flat Earth measurements in tow. Measurements of distance and measurements of altitude, so you can calculate a safe descent path and land a plane without killing any passengers. In other words, there's typically a consequence that's attached to it. Now compare that and juxtapose it to mudfloods and the suggestion of basements being covered in a layer and nobody ever unearthing those layers. Okay, where's the connection? What's this got to do with the subject of Earth and its flat measurements? Well, it's Earth. Yeah, okay, so we've got 50% of flat Earth in this particular mud flood suggestion. What about the flatness? Very interesting. Look at this building. It's got a basement that was hidden. You're like, okay, that doesn't have any connection to Earth and its flat measurements.
I think it's because it's thrown into when people start realising that the place that live might not be a globe and it's actually the biggest lie you could probably think of and cover up, then all these other things come under the same thing. Well, why would they cover up a mud flood? Well, if they're going to lie about the Earth being a ball, then obviously they've lied about other things like this mud flood and them silicone mountains. So and then you just start delving into everything. You know, thinking, well, yeah, I know it's not a globe. It can't be a globe. So everything else that they're telling me is a lie, can't be a lie. You know, you mean you go in this like rampage, don't you? Then your mind just goes like down the rabbit hole. I think the term is.
Right. Now you got a guy saying Tartarian stuff is about history and how we don't know about history. And it can be validated. I mean, come on. This is to me, it's obvious what's going on here.
There's a different category error. So the idea that Earth is a sphere, built on flat Earth measurements, I might add, just to keep it absolutely on topic with what we cover. The prerequisite of flat Earth, the foundation of flat Earth that forms a ball belief, is taught to you in a science class. And then there's these conspiratorial so-called flat earthers that come along and say, we see too far, it's not a ball. Yeah? And go on anti-globe tours. Right? So we're still in this suggestion of a science category. Over here, we've got geography and geometry. Earth measurements. They're all flat in this category. A boring category of geography, admittedly, but in a separate category to what was taught to you as science. What's that, you cry? But what about history? Well, that's another separate category. That's history. History and mathematics are separate subjects. Geography and history are separate subjects. Now, is that to say that at some point there might be some minor overlap? Yeah, there might be. Maybe you can take a historical standard and point out where Earth was being flat in terms of its measurement process that's a connection to that historical standard that you're investigating. But it's completely devoid of any connection to the geography of Earth. It's a separate category.
What I realized?
Good.
I realized that we will be just about the only group of people talking this purely about the subject. And I used to brace against it, but now I know, well, crap, if we're the only group of people that are going to keep the conversation about the Earth's measurements and geography this pure, so be it. Because that's what the world is kind of bracing against. Like, they've been bracing against that since FED was born. Every time, we accidentally touched on measurements, they would do this weird thing that we didn't notice before. Like when, what's his name, the Rumpus, said he would give us the flat Earth when we were measuring to the horizon and things like that. And I'm just realizing, conspiracy cats, yeah. And I'm just realizing.
But you know who doesn't, Eli? You know what's not braced against? Tartaria. Nobody braces against that. And all the other conspiracies.
we don't have to brace against that or anything like that either.
No, but I'm saying flat Earth itself is braced against. But you gotta let all of these other topics go on. No, who's bracing against them? We are. Because we're talking strictly about how Earth is measured. Flat Earth. Debate, right? That's what this started as. Now we have measurements. The debate is over. And
No, but
guy talking
I'm
about-
just saying, like, it'd be interesting to see how the pure view permeates the conversation.
I agree.
If we could just keep it like this, like I wonder, because it is very different than what everyone else is doing. I just wonder how it'll
But
be
Eli-
received. I'm excited about it.
Eli, we've noticed it over the last. I don't know if he was involved, but in this when Nathan started jumping back in the servers and using this rhetoric, I mean, I could sense it through the phone, and you can hear it in the tone. All Nathan was doing in a nice, calm way was just pointing out how they was handling flat Earth measurements, and it's sending them into some sort of I don't know, some sort of psychological dilemma, I'll call it. Yeah. So, but I think and if that's continued to go that way, people have got no choice to understand that they are just telling us how Earth is measured flat themselves. And when that penny drops to a horizontal plane, by the way, I think that will gradually happen. But and we're going to be at the forefront of that. Pointing it out. It's like the guy Tartaria, he mentioned history. Well, how was history measured? It's a time measurement from a horizontal plane. You could go, you know what I mean?
I'm told that Tartaria were a people. Why is that hard to believe? Why is that not accepted?
It's not that it's not accepted, it's just it's not relevant to the subject at hand. So there's this overlap where, look, we've been lied to about the nature of Earth. Look at this other lie. We've also been lied to about history. That's the transition that's being utilised from, well, now you, my captive audience, understands that Earth's not a ball. Therefore, the idea that you were on a ball isn't correct. Therefore, lies are afoot. What else have they lied about? Check it out. Mud floods, Tartaria, Atlantis. You're like, oh, yeah, I can totally transition from the lies about the world being spherical into the lies about the history and the antiquitech. But you're like, okay, so the transition is that in your way of peddling flat Earth, lies are afoot. So now let's look at some of the other lies that history has passed on to us. That's the connection that people offer. Now, I've got nothing against people looking at history and going, here's how it was been documented throughout history, and here's my primary source evidence to show that that's not the case. That, I think, is wonderful. Like, I am inclined. I've been brought here by the same roads as the rest of the fart-sniffing, pot-smoking hippies that talk about flat Earth. So I can totally understand how Tartaria is appealing, how Atlantis is appealing, how mudfloods are appealing, how silicon trees are appealing, how the idea of reptilians is appealing. It's just none of them have got anything to do with Earth's flatness at all. And that's primarily what I want to focus on. Again, there's another part of the book where I talk about a particular show that I used to watch 10 years ago that professed to be a conduit into the subject of flat Earth. Those words would often cross the lips of the presenters. Flat and Earth, said in the same breath. So you would assume that that show would have lots of flat Earth content. And you'd get there, and they'd start talking about incoherent dielectric acceleration, and the Michelson-Morley experiment, and free energy. And you're like, this has got nothing to do with flat Earth. And I'd get banned. I'd be in the chat going, let's talk about flat Earth. Let's go. Banned. Why? Because I'm not tolerant of the nonsense waffle that goes alongside it, adjacent to stuff that is generally very limited in its actual flat Earth content. Now, one of the things I'm very proud of in the book, Measured Flat, is what I described earlier with 9/11. That is to say, bringing it back on track, taking the current rhetoric, if you're in the arena already, and you're already well familiar with all the nonsense waffle that goes alongside flat Earth. What I try to do in the book is keep people on track with how those subject matters, in the case of the one that we've made the example with today, 9/11 and the planes, how the planes have got a trajectory that is fundamentally reliant on Earth being flat by way of measurement. So the book does do that. It is a good conduit from the conspiratorial realm of flat Earth back onto the track that it should have always been on. Geography, measurements, Earth's flat surface being demonstrated within the examples of the conspiratorial subjects that we all found our way here with. So from that perspective, if you're in the subject and constantly talking about how Earth's not a ball and we see too far, but simultaneously interested in the conspiratorial aspects that the trolls used to oppose us with, that's 9/11, then you'll find a certain amount of joy in reading about those subjects as they are presented in the current times in the subject of flat Earth with an actual demonstrable flat Earth prerequisite measurement in the context of those conspiracies. Same goes for what I've labelled at the start of this show as the Feast of Nonsense version of flat Earth when it comes to the ball rhetoric. Much of the book is describing how ball rhetoric is permeating the flat Earth community and opposed by anti-flat earthers who just want to tell you how heliocentric and globe-shaped the world is when somebody says it isn't, and how those so-called arguments were foundationally reliant upon flat Earth measurements. So given the current situation, the book, as much as I've tried to make it timeless, that is to say it will still stand up to scrutiny in 100 years, is very much of the moment in terms of how currently flat Earth is positioned, with videographers making claims that they simply cannot back up in standards that are unassociated with flat Earth. Historical standards, scientific standards, things that aren't actually anything to do with flat Earth. Shout out to, is it Cannabear? Can you do a show on Tartaria and cathedrals next? What about them? Other than, building regs being requirements of level surfaces, there's not a great deal to do. These aren't vast tracts of land that we're talking about being measured flat. But in terms of the building process of a cathedral, they do require a flat Earth to do that also. It's building.
The problem was, like you say, once they believe that you get into the lie, there's a big lie, let's have a look at the other lies. And then the next thing, if you do continue with the globe lie a little bit, is debunking the globe and never actually proving and demonstrating how it's measured flat like we're doing now. And you just end up either in that scenario. But now we're at the spearhead of the situation and putting it into its right category, which is geometry and geography. And it's measurements, how it's always been measured. And that's where you stay with it. That's the subject matter, geometry and geography. You want to talk about other things, go into another server and talk about other things. But what Nathan's saying, what we're saying is we can always bring anything you're going to say about time, history, cathedral heights above sea level, silicone trees heights above sea levels, they're all referencing a flat Earth. So everything's brought back, all paths lead to a bloody flat Earth, to put it bluntly.
That's why we talk about it, because it's called flat Earth debate, not Tartaria debate, or chemtrail debate, or 9/11 debate. Listen, Riggs is asking if you're ever going to go back to worldwide debate.
Yeah, definitely. But just want to get the shout out correct first, because I shouted out the wrong person. It's LJ69. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Really appreciate your support. Yeah, I've got another version going into worldwide debates, and it's nice that someone like Riggs can come in and make offers in that regard. Very touched that he's doing such a thing. But yeah, I've got nothing against any of the servers. Today my intention was to actually cover something that I just didn't want too much interruption from. So, yes, I'll go into worldwide debates tomorrow.
Just tell him to permanently mute Eddie Bear.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. If Eddie Bear's there, then what are we going to do?
I'll just call it out like it is. Like I say, I don't want to be in the company of people who've stolen from me. As it stands, people have, up from the globe side, I might add, there might be examples of people who've done it from the flat Earth side, but so far the ones that have come to the forefront are the globe-believing side that have basically pirated copies of my book. They want to cover it, they want to critique it, they want to read it and say that they don't agree with it in whatever form that they're going to do, but they don't want to pay for it. So they've chosen to steal it. And you're like, okay, if you want to steal something from me, I'm not going to be in your presence anymore. So people like Elder Bear, people like Simon Dan, these are thieves. I mean, they always were on a fine line of thievery anyway. Now they've stepped over it and gone, no, I will illegally download material that is available for purchase. That's theft. These people are scumbags. I just don't want to be in their company. I say it on various different shows, but it's true. There's only one reason why I've gone to the effort of writing a good book that I can promote in the way that I am. Well, it's to keep the lights on. Like, it's a struggle as a small YouTuber, to keep the lights on and keep the mortgage paid. So in order to buffer that, I've had the suggestion of writing a book 3 years ago by a guy who was on the panel regularly before his wife died, called 10th Man. And he said, go and write a book. That will bolster your income. You can sell it and make money from it, and it'll be a source of income so that you can keep the lights on and keep making the show and keep talking about how Earth's measured flat. So when you produce it and then people want to engage with it. Now, I get that the people who want to engage with it in a negative way, but I made the equivalent of stealing a pornographic magazine because you're anti-porn. So you go into the local newsagent and pick up a copy of the porno mag that you're going to critique and go on the radio and talk about how evil pornography is. Like, but you're a thief. You've stolen the material so that you can critique it. That's not justifiable. I don't care how much you think the material's bad. If you want to say that I'm a bad person as a consequence of the material, doesn't mean you get to get it for free. Now, I appreciate, yes, it's available. People have pirated it. Why? Well, it's because it's good. That's why. People don't want to support the person that's actually produced the material. Well, that's what I do for a living. That is my living. So when there's thievery going on, I'm just going to call it out and go, why have you stolen this? That's my job. That's my work. That's what I do to earn a living. But you think because you want to be critical of it that you should get it for free? It pisses me off slightly more because the people who are doing this are the people who are algorithmically favoured. It's like, you are not short of a few quid. It's not like the book's expensive. It's $15, about £11. That's cheap. But you what, with 100,000+ subscribers, can't spare 15 quid for a video that'll probably make you hundreds of dollars when you critique the material that you haven't paid for. Looking down the camera, looking at you, Simon Dan. You scumbag, thieving bastard. That's all you are. You're a dirty thief. You belong behind bars for your thievery. Is it not enough that you're algorithmically favoured? Like every search that is ever typed in for this subject brings you up? You still won't part with $15? You tight, thieving scum. But I'm pleased that I can look down this barrel of this camera and talk to people like Dan in the context that they've always been. Thieves. They're the scum. They're the same people who tell their audiences that we're evil deceivers. Really? No, you're just common thieves. And it's not just Dan. It's other people in his arena that are algorithmically favoured in the same subject matter that we cover. We have been decreed by Congress to be unworthy of being called favoured content. Someone like Dan has been put into the algorithm with every single advantage that could be offered to him in this subject arena. So therefore, he's bringing in enough cash to part with $15 for a video about a book that he wants to cover. Has he paid it? No. He's stolen it. Thief. Meanwhile, if you want to actually engage with the material, good, bad, or indifferent, the price is $15. Regardless if you hate me, regardless if you want to do a book review and say it's shite, or whether you actually want to take on board how flat Earth is measured for the descent paths in the 9/11 truth that isn't anything to do with flat Earth. Regardless of which side of the fence you want to sit on, the reason it is in existence is to make money. There's a reason I'm shouting out in every single intro talking about you potentially making money off the back of the sales of the book. That's a facility I'm offering to the audience. What do the people who are algorithmically favoured earning a lot more money than I? Simon Dunn doesn't need to produce a book. He's presumably paying his mortgage and paying for his parachute jumps with the money he earns from YouTube because he's algorithmically favoured. Does that mean he's going to part with 15 quid for a book? Not even 15 quid, $15 for a book that he's going to turn into a video? No, he'd rather be branded a thief. It's not enough to be algorithmically favoured. It's not enough to have enough money to cover his mortgage and enough left over to do parachute jumps. No, he's still going to steal Just scum.
Nathan, you know what troubles me about everything? The same people that want this to go freaking, hit critical mass and want it to go viral, that Earth is flat, they're the same people that are talking about these conspiracies. And they're going to, it's never going to hit critical mass because you're lumped in. You're lumping flat Earth in with stuff that people deem nonsense. So they're never going to look at it seriously.
Just on the book, though, I agree with you, Neil, as well, and well said, Nathan, about the thieves. But they're thieves, scumbag, lowlife. But they're not going to. I'd like to. I think Sensual put something forward. I don't know if you've got it on the list. I'd like to see a neutral book critique of your book. Maybe 2 or 3 people who do critique books for a living. I've heard people on the radio and on podcasts who critique books. That's what they do. And I'd love to hear somebody just who's got no interest in this topic, just to read it and listen to what they have to say. Have you got anything like that in the pipeline?
Well, there's several people on the list of people who'll be getting a mail out about the press release regarding the release of the book that are book reviewing channels as opposed to anything within the sphere of influence on Flat Earth, i.e. directly connected to us. So yeah, there's hopefully people who are neutral, as you put it, that are just into books, that can critique it based on if it's a good book or if it's a good read or whether or not it's informative in the subject that it's trying to cover, Flat Earth specifically. So yeah, there's going to be people out there that have got a more neutral base. No one's neutral. Everyone's raised with a heliocentric worldview in the Western world. So from that perspective, there is a limited amount of neutrality you can have as an individual, regardless of whether or not you're in this subject.
True.
But yeah, I would hope there's other people who review it.
Have you had any feedback from anybody on the list? How far have you gone with that? And have you heard any replies or anything like that?
So what I did was I saved up a few PayPals and enticed my wife to do some actual work. So I'm sure I've said this when we were editing the book, that I asked her to stop doing overtime for her normie job that she's got as an administrator for an electricity company. I was like, if I start giving you money, will you do this work for me? And she was like, yeah, okay, fine. And I agreed to just give her PayPals as and when they came in. So what I did over the last 3 or 4 days was just save up a few PayPals. I say not put them in my bank, leave them in PayPal. And then say to her yesterday evening, tomorrow, is there any chance you can do what would be the equivalent of your own job offering you a bit of overtime and just make your way through about 10 all at once? So given that she's done half a dozen so far, maybe one every other day when she gets a chance to send out these mail outs, I've said, can you do a whole chunk of 10 all at once? Like, take an email address, figure out who it actually is and the right name of the contact that you'd be sending it to personally, get a correct set of information that you can bolster the press release with to make it more personal to the individual, send out their email and then move on to number 2, and then repeat that process 10 more times or 9 more times over the course of one evening. And like I say, I yesterday evening just dumped a load of PayPal payments that I'd got. Maybe it wasn't a great deal of money, maybe £50, and just said, can you spare half an evening and go through 10? Because I think once she's done 10, having already done half a dozen, there's a good chance that someone out of that list of maybe 16, 17, however many people that she ends up doing by the end of this evening will respond in a positive way and I'll end up on someone's show. Now, it may be the case that somebody's already been contacted actually has the inclination to get back in touch while she's halfway through that list. But whenever I was doing sales, that was how it would be. Like, as an estate agent, you'd try calling out people to suggest they go around a house, and throughout the first 3 days of the week, you might only get half a dozen done, like I say, in the same comparative circumstance, right? But then you go, okay, right, let's get to Thursday, and the whole team, the manager of the office would say, we'll all just do phone call day. So we'll just sit and we'll just work our way through our list of potential purchasers and just call them one after the next. And then there's a good chance that by the time you're on the 5th phone call, one of the people that you called on Monday, part of the half a dozen, actually gets back in touch with you while you're in the middle of the mail out. That's normally how it would work. As you're edging your way to the 10th contact, the 3rd one gets back in touch. Do you see what I mean? So with that in mind, having done quite a lot of sales work in my career, I suggested to my wife, do that. Just have a day today where you go through and mail out just 10 all at once. And then there's a good chance by the time you get to that 10th contact being sent out, somebody will have got back in touch with you and will be arranging to go on a show and talk about the book. But as it stands, I've not done that yet. Not that it needs to be. There's always going to be that big hill at the start where loads of people initially want to buy the book. And that's exactly what's happened. Obviously, aside from the thieves that have also downloaded it because they didn't want to pay for it because they're also poor, having been algorithmically favoured for the last 10 years. But nevertheless, there's plenty of people who've actually purchased the book and lined my pockets with money, which is the purpose of doing it, right? Keeping the lights on, keeping the mortgage paid, keeping the show running. That's the main point. The endeavour is to make this bit now better. Having more audience participation, having more audience watching, more eyeballs on the show, more people listening to the fact Earth's measured flat. That is facilitated by going out and engaging with external sources, exposing me to their audience, obviously with the idea that they buy the book based on listening to me chat with whoever I'm chatting with. But that will ultimately bring more people to the channel to experience this bit. And that is the ultimate goal. That's the main purpose. Like, obviously, I want the book to do well. I want it to bring in revenue. But that's ancillary to my main ambition. My main ambition is to go out and communicate with others so that they come to this show. Like, that's the main idea.
How would anybody, one of the people off the list, obviously, it's got to be within their interest to have you on the show, hasn't it, really? So they make some profit or get some extra views or whatever way you want to put it. Have Paula worded that in a way, or does it just go without saying that that person will know that it is a good person to have on the show, you, Nathan, and the book? And would they then promote that beforehand in order to generate some popularity and extra, audience people to participate in the show?
I mean, I don't know. The way it's been phrased in terms of the press release is to just point out who I am, what I do, and what's now available as a consequence. That is to say, this is Nathan Oakley, this is what he does, this is the material that's been put out that's just been released, aka a book, right? So measured flat, the release date, how it's relevant to them, how I would want to engage with them. So obviously, there's going to be a certain number of people that get these press releases, and that's probably more effective way of answering your question. The way I've got the list together was by asking my audience who they feel would be of benefit to have me on their show. And when people have come to me who are already watching the show and watching this particular individual that they pass on to me, that to me is the best recommendation. So if you're my audience member and engaging with me and also engaging with X, some other ancillary person, unrelated or related, that is the person that's going to be most appropriate for me to go on their show, because there's an engagement from my audience. That is to say, there's a cross-pollination between what I do and an audience member who's watching the person that we're talking about now. So, like I say, it's going to be, to a degree, hit and miss. There's going to be people on that list that just go, no, I don't want to have a flat earther on my show. Okay, fine. But that's why you get a nice long list together, so that you hope that off the back of maybe 100 people, you can get maybe 10 interviews, and that's enough to get the ball rolling.
Nathan, if you're not on some show within the next month, then something is very, very wrong.
I would imagine it would be quicker than that, Neil. I would imagine that I'll be out and about within the next week to 10 days. Like, that's how long it will take from the initial couple of dozen contacts going out and me actually being on someone's show. But yeah, I would agree. I will, if it's this time next month, so let's say we're in the middle of September, and I still haven't gone anywhere. I've put out plenty of press releases, I've contacted plenty of people, and I'm still not going out. I will start to worry a little bit that the means of trying to achieve that is ineffective, and therefore I'll have to reconsider how we're going about it. But for now, if we've only just started doing it, like I say, through lack of time, there's been very limited press releases that have gone out. But that's absolutely fine. I'm not desperate to keep a ball that's, increasing speed as we speak in terms of the amount of sales. Like, it's increasing. The amount of people that are buying it per day is going up, which is absolutely glorious. That reminds me, actually, I've been very complimentary to the people who have signed up as affiliates, and some of them have already made sales. if you are one of those people, you need to actually add your banking information so you can get paid. So the publisher pointed this out. He gave me a long list, and he's like, you can see from the list that there's quite a few of them that haven't actually added the Stripe information so we can get them paid. Now, he was in his letter to me, he was like, you don't need to call these people out for it. I'm like, I'm not calling them out. I'm just telling them they need to add their banking information so they can actually get the payment from when they flog a book. So if you're one of the people who've signed up as an affiliate, you actually do need to go on to the next step once you've been approved as an affiliate and you've got your affiliate link. That isn't the end. You still actually need to add your banking information so you can get paid, which I would have thought would have been of high priority. It certainly was for me. But, you know, people have got different priorities once they've got engagement with the publisher and their affiliate link gets approved. They kind of stall in terms of doing any other things. You know, maybe once they've got the link under their video, they're happy. It's like, no, you do actually need to add your banking information if you do want to get paid. Otherwise, there's no means of paying you. So that's just something to have a little heads up if you're watching and you've signed up as an affiliate. Add your banking info so you can get paid. Yeah.
No worries. If they don't want to get paid, I could always send my banking information and they could pay me. No problem.
Yes, that's true. But if people have gone to the effort of actually signing up as an affiliate, I would prefer that they actually added their banking information. So just a word to the wise, if you have signed up as an affiliate, there is one more step. It's very basic. You just add your banking information to a bit that's called Stripe. And it's there on your affiliate page once you've signed up as an affiliate, got yourself a password, got yourself an account, which is dead easy. It's just a case of adding an email address and name to do that, and then the publisher approves you. But once that's happened, you then have to go back in and add your banking information.
Nice one, Nathan. Just back to just use Jeffrey Lee Peterson as an example, who had Not So Flat Earth Dave on the show. So what? He had Not So Flat Earth Dave on the show. First question is, how would that have benefited Lee Peterson? And then secondly, just making a point of you was saying that Paul is going to personalise the emails. Regarding him, it would be maybe nice to mention, because he was after some solid 100% without a doubt proof that Earth is measured flat. Maybe that can be suggested that you can go on the show and do that, because that's what he wanted to hear. So if that's in the email invitation to him, I think that would be a good invite tact.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Nathan, the Virgin Droid says, Awake Soul sent you an email about being on a show. I told him I'd remind you.
Oh, cool. So, yeah. Ronnie and Jason. Marvellous. I haven't had an email from him, but it's obviously gone through to PR, Oakley PR, which is the means that the emails are going out for press releases and such like. So I'll catch up with Paula, and yeah, we'll go on Awake Soul's show, along with hopefully some others. So great, yeah, marvellous. Thank you for letting me know. Right, the hour is upon us. Doesn't time fly when you're having fun? We didn't cover the avocado guy. We'll cover him tomorrow.
Who's the avocado guy? Is it that David Wolf? Is it? That's what it was called.
No, it's the guy we covered yesterday when we were in Earth Awakenings for about 5 seconds until it triggered everybody. Right. And then the discussion carried on from there. But we haven't needed to today. I've been much more content carrying on the conversation as we have been about the ancillary subjects and conspiracies that are attached to Flat Earth, but in all essence unassociated in reality to the subject of Earth being flat based on measurements.
I just looked up at my TV and they're showing the 9/11, showing the buildings getting hit. Getting hit. Actually, on TV, they do show you one plane hitting. Well, they show you both planes hitting on TV. But like I said, I was in the city. I didn't hear anybody in the city saying that. But there you go. We're talking about something that's considered a conspiracy on Flat Earth Debate.
Yeah, but I'm using it as the connection to the descent path. So in the book, it's in the section on trolls, or the chapter called Troll, where it specifically details the idea of 9/11 truth and the subject being muddied by flat earth endeavours, and how in reality the 9/11 truthers had a flat Earth measurement by prerequisite included in their subject matter. So I'm drawing attention to the irony that 12, 10, however long ago, years ago, I was being told that I was muddying the waters of 9/11 truth, when in reality 9/11 truth was muddying the waters of flat Earth measurements of descent paths.
And the downward vector of the buildings collapsing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's another guy asking, out of curiosity, have you approached David Weiss? I gave him a copy of my book, and he includes it on his app book section. Just a thought. That's from True Earth Whisperer in chat.
Yes, I am very fickle when it comes to these things. So Dave Weiss absolutely is on the list of people to contact, as is Jaron and Whitsit. Anything else? Any more?
Was that the voice of Fisherman with a Box I just heard?
It was.
Of course. Nathan, it's going to be greatly entertaining when you go out and you talk to these guys. We wish you nothing but the best in doing this on the next part of this endeavor, because you are very entertaining, very topical, educated, and you've just done things the right way. So kudos to you and best of luck, and God be with you.
Well, I'm very grateful and flattered. Thank you very much, first and foremost. But, as I'll just repeat, the main endeavour is actually for this. This is what I love doing right now. Like, talking to the camera, communicating with a live audience, with everybody who I love surrounding me. I could not be more happy. So, it will be slightly nerve-wracking going out on the circuit and promoting Measured Flat, my new book. Check it out, link in the info box below this video. It will be stressful, but worth it, because it will bring more people to this bit. But this is the main focus. My main focus is doing this. The show, Flat Earth Debate, the show, the live performance. This is the main outcome of that. To increase this show's popularity. Now, the hope is that the book is a road for people to make their way here, so that they can engage with people like you, Fisherman in a Box, or people like Neil, or people like me, on the show, talking about the subject we all love. We've all found our way here for the same reasons, and I assume we've reached this particular tip of this particular spear as a consequence of wanting to specifically focus on Earth's flat measurements. Earth being flat being the primary focus for me over the last 12 years. Now, that may have got me banned from people who want to talk about incoherent dielectric acceleration or mud floods. Those people, for whatever reason, don't like me saying, can't we talk about flat Earth? But by keeping that focus, it's meant that we are now a fairly ragtag bunch of people that have all got the same ambition, talking about Earth being flat. Specifically about Earth being flat. Formerly categorized incorrectly as flat Earth. But flat Earth has been hijacked to be anti-globe / conspiratorial feast of nonsense. So my desire is to get more eyeballs on this discussion right now. And that's the end game. That's the main purpose of going out there. Yes, I want to sell books, but they'll sell anyway. If I promote the book every single day, it will still just sell from people who come to the show anyway. But I want that number to increase, the number of people who come to the show, the number of people who hear us discussing Earth being measured flat, and therefore the number of people that go, you mean I can join? I can just tell you you're wrong. I can tell you or ask you, how does flat Earth distance and flat Earth elevation angle with flat Earth azimuth work on a flat Earth? Surely the flat Earth distance would be increasing if the flat Earth elevation angle decreases. How does that work on a flat Earth? You want those questions, right? You want people to see the futility of trying to work around that which goes without saying. The fact that Earth is measured flat for a sphere belief to exist. And the utilisation of those flat measurements when postulated to someone like me or someone like you, Fisherman in a Box, when you're asked about how does a flat Earth distance and a flat Earth elevation angle in a flat Earth direction from a flat Earth altitude work on a flat Earth? When those questions get asked, they're very eye-opening to the audience. As was the case yesterday when someone came on and asked me, How does a flat Earth elevation angle work when you decrease your flat Earth altitude from sea level? Because as far as I am concerned, the flat Earth measured kilometre value would increase as you recede from the horizon with your flat Earth angle measurement of a star called Polaris. How does this work on a flat Earth? All these flat Earth measurements, 4 of them. Any more for any more? Any other comments? If not, we're going to round out. Fun though it's been. We'll cover Avocado Guy tomorrow, maybe. Yes, no? Anything else to add? Everyone seems to have run away from the G Plus panel. There's only 3 of you in there.
No, there's more than 3. Oh, there is only 3.
Yeah, everyone's suddenly vanished. Not that it matters, we're going to round out anyway. With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Programming streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Jolly good show.
Well, like I say, if I don't see you out and about in a month, I feel like the deck is stacked against you anyway, and it would just seem very strange. I'm not saying that Awake Souls ain't a good place to, any place to get it out there is good, but I'm thinking more like the biggest shows, like freaking Peterson or Eddie Bravo or Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I've got as lofty ambitions as you, Neil. I hope I'm all on all of those shows too.
But that's what I'm saying. The deck may be stacked against you where something like that is just never going to happen. I hope that's not the case.
We'll see. Well, let's assess it again in about a month's time, Neil. At this point, it's very, very early doors. The book's been out for a couple of weeks. So it's not a great deal of time. It's sold exceptionally well in that period, Neil. Like, really, really well. So I'm absolutely elated that it's making me some money and that people have received it well. Obviously, I'm not 100% delighted that people have been downloading it for free. That really does annoy me when it's people who can afford a copy. Like I said in today's live show. That's frustrating, right? So it's not enough that you're getting algorithmically promoted. It's not enough that you actually earn a decent living off your videography work that you have to barely do any of to earn a decent living with. That's not enough. Clearly.
Yeah, and you got people spreading bullshit out there. And one guy's saying that, his book sales stalled at 100. Hasn't sold one since then. It's like these people putting out this information to try to discourage others. Like, I don't know.
I don't know why people would do that. Simply not true.
They're scumbags.
But it's back to the Streisand effect. Your desire to censor things from people's view, tell them there's nothing to see here, generally puts more eyeballs on it.
That's the funny thing about it. That's the first thing I said. That's going to make people interested in, oh, really? Let me see what this is about. So continue on. Listen, whatever they have they're trying to cause you harm, God will turn it into good. Because we all believe that this is providence, right? The way it just don't happen. It's not happenstance that all of this took place the way it happened. Right? This is divine, I'll say. God is guiding your path because what you're doing is you're bringing people back to reality of how it is measured, right? And it's not measured to be a ball that the world thinks we're living on. And these are things that you highlight. So God wants this out.
Back to life, back to reality, back to the here and now.
We were given sea level by the Almighty, and we've constructed everything from that point on.
Yes, Neil. The master reference.
Yeah, and because it is And because it is a biblical truth, there's going to be persecution. No, there's no way around it. So regardless of, where Nathan goes, he's either going to go into friendly camps or he's going to go into hostile camps. There will be very, very few neutral camps. And even someone as neutral as Jesse Lee Peterson would appear to be, Jesse Lee's still going to ask Nathan about his belief in God. He's going to do it. So, and I think Nathan's prepared. I'm talking to him like he's not in the room. He's prepared. He's ready. He's got on the armor.
Fisherman, I agree. I agree 100%, Fisherman, that there's going to be persecution when you bring in truth, right? But as much as they persecuted the church, did it not grow to the point where we are now? So it doesn't matter who's the persecutor.
Oh, absolutely.
It matters who's the one under the wings of the Almighty.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the persecution is going to come. Does it mean that men folded? No. Real men don't fold. Real men get bold. Real men invite. Correct. You want to chop my head off because of what I'm saying? Chop it off. I don't care. And that's ultimately what Nathan's done with this topic, and it's done him well. It's done you well, Nathan.
Just the way everything happened, just in the order of things, how it happened. You just look back now and you're like, this is the book that was supposed to come out.
Yep.
Highlighting the obvious that we all missed, right? And it takes you through a wonderful journey. I haven't read it yet, but I will. It takes you through a wonderful journey of flat earth debate, the show itself, but highlighting the obvious, that earth is measured flat. Nobody is doing that. Nobody has done that. Not that I know of. There's not a flat earth book out there that's focusing in on how earth is measured.
Yep. I was thinking you could go anywhere with, if you could, you could demonstrate, if you know how to use a theodolite or a sextant, I know how to use a compass and a map. You can go anywhere to any exhibition or and say this is how we're gonna measure vertical and horizontal angles, yeah, and azimuth using this tool. This is how things are measured, and you can do a demonstration. We're going to jump on the dinghy now. We're going to just sail out there. And we're going to get a couple of elevation angles with a marine sextant using sea level. Do that. And then say, right, we're going to row back now. And then we've got a little hike. I've got the map of the local area, an OS map showing all the elevation profiles, rise over run. We've got the compass that we're going to hold horizontally. So we've measured a bit of Earth. We've done a bit of navigation. And them three things alone have demonstrated and how you are using and measuring Earth flat. Simple as that.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
Then if Divergent Droid's around, if someone can ask Divergent Droid to find out what email address Awake Souls have actually emailed me. I've gone through my email and I can't see one. And from my memory, I don't think they've been sent a press release yet. They're on the list, but they haven't actually been sent one. So I doubt they've replied to Oakley PR emails. So if you can find out what Ronnie and Jason have sent me an email via, I'll find it and reply to it.
I'll send Divergent Droid a message now.
Thanks.
I don't know what your process is when you send the free copies to who's going to have you on the shows and whatnot, but if there's something that like says this is their copy or whoever's, then if any more leaks or whatnot happen, you know where it's came from.
Yeah, I put it in the hands of the publisher. So most recently, Eric DeBay got a copy, and I was CC'd in with the downloadable EPUB version for Eric specifically. So that was yesterday evening, about 5 p.m. UK time. So Eric requested a copy. I went on one of his most recent videos and said it'd be great to talk about my new book with you, and it got loads of likes. So Eric then responded to that comment saying, "Can you send me a copy?" So I then got in touch with the publisher and said, here's Eric's email address, please can you send him a copy? And he did. And then I gave the same address to my wife and said, can you send him a press release? Which she did. So within the space of 24 hours, he'd had a press release suggesting that he'd get a copy of the book within the next day or two. And then 12 hours after that, he received a copy. So I would hope that he'll reply. Like with anything, I don't put my eggs in that basket necessarily until there's actually something arranged. So while I hope Eric will have me on, that, like all contacts, may come to nothing. So each of the 6 or 7 or however many Paul has put out to date have all gone out in the same sort of way as that has to Eric. You know, personalised with his specific name and the press release attached to an email that's tailored to them. But it doesn't necessarily mean it'll come to anything. So, you know, I don't necessarily say, oh, I'm definitely going to be on Eric's show. Why not be? He might read it and see his pseudonym and go, how dare you? When I've talked about him in the book specifically. So he might not like that for all I know. I doubt it. I'm not very detrimental to Eric specifically. But he is mentioned.
The Virgin Droid is in now, so you could ask him directly about Awake Souls.
Yeah, if he's in touch with Awake Souls, hopefully he can find out what email address they contacted me on. I don't want him to tell me on the recording though, because otherwise I'll end it with a load of spam. But if he can find out and let me know somehow, I'm sure I'll arrange to go on Awake Souls show.
Who are Awake Souls? Is that another server? Sorry, I missed it earlier.
No, it's a
podcaster?
videographer that's been around for years. I'll be back in a moment. I'm trying to get hold of Nick Phuket Word. It's giving
Nick.
me a... It's
High
bounced
IQ Nick. The guy Nick that left Flat Earth, the one guy.
Oh yeah, him.
Remember that? That was freaking the Duffy.
Yeah.
I was contacted by Nick, and they're piling out by the droves.
He's got to keep advertising his book. I mean, I don't go on him. I have some old on Telegram. I've got some old things I maybe used to look at, like even the Flat Earth Society. I mean, they've got. I have already sent it out to you. They've got like 31,918 subscribers. I've posted a couple of links in there, like, you know, mentioning Nathan's book. I don't know if anybody's took it on board or bought the book. I haven't got a clue, but and then I've got I've got the Flat Earth Society, the Flat Earth. What's that one called? Flat Earth Creation or something. They've got 31,000, and there's one just called Flat Earth. They've also 22,000 subscribers. They've got. I just keep going on these, like in Telegram or these other like big platforms. Just put, if you're interested, is Nathan Oakley's got a book out, and this is its name, and this is where you can get it. Go and take a look.
Did one of the hosts about Awake Souls podcast look like Dr. Disrespect, or was that just me?
Sorry, Central, was you speaking to me, mate, or was it something else?
Just in general, one of the hosts of the Awake Souls podcast, it looked just like Dr. Disrespect.
Oh, I've not seen that.
Who the hell's Dr. Disrespect?
Some streamer.
No idea what he looks like, so can't confirm or deny.
Nathan still there?
Like on this they've got 26,400 on Telegram. The Flat Earther, 26,454 followers. And then you just flick through. I mean, I don't go on these. These must have been from years ago. And like some of the posts, as well, when you discover who actually owns McDonald's, right? And then this TV show was cancelled shortly after revealing a bit too much truth. I think it's got something to do with 9/11, actually, that. And then Japan's Kayuga spacecraft captured Earth rising over the moon. So this is the Flat Earther with 26,454 followers. And I'm just flicking through some posts. And then, here's one. Mountains or giants, ? There's no difference. And then there's one with Charlie Kirk. Something about Charlie Kirk.
He needs to buy a
through this
dictionary.
now live.
Nathan, are you there?
You think he's going to find something, mate? He'll be back in a minute.
I've just thought of who we should send a request to.
Who?
Can you remember the gentleman who had a YouTube channel by the name of Read It Like a Man? And he reviewed Danny Faulkner's book on Flat Earth. It was a couple of years ago, going back now.
I can't remember, sorry, mate, no.
Me neither.
I did mention you earlier, though. I was saying that to Nathan. I think you mentioned it yesterday about a book review. I was asking Nathan, has he got any on his list? And it'd be good for I did use the word neutral, but I was sort of, there's no neutral when you've been brought up in the heliocentric model. Everyone will have a sort of an idea that they live on a globe anyway. But someone who can just read the book and review it for what it is, like its content, how it reads, matter of fact, truth, measurements in there. So yeah, I think that would be good, the book review route. It's sensual.
Well, I've sent him about at least 10 already, YouTube channels that just review books. But this guy in particular has already reviewed a book on this topic. Now, it was by our opponent, but he doesn't know any better, and that was the conclusion we came to. Look, mate, we don't blame you for getting all this wrong, because you're just going off a book written by a pastor and I suppose a PhD, Danny Faulkner, Dr. Danny Faulkner. So you just take his word as read. So here's a book that you can actually correct all that nonsense with, understand what the situation is, and recommend to your audience. It's just whether he'll do it or not, but you can only ask, can't you?
Well, yeah. All we could do, just help out, Go, mate. Someone trying to get in? Yeah, that's all we can do. Highlight people we think would be good to review the book or the shows to go on, like we've been doing, and just do a little bit of promotion work any way you can yourself, like I'm doing on any sort of Flat Earth platform, any Instagram. That's the only sort of social media platform I use. So I already sent out to the Flat Earthers I know on there, just buy Nathan's book. That's all you can keep doing, really. Not sure.
I would imagine there'd be a lot of
YouTube channel now. Sorry, mate. Go on.
I would imagine there'd be a ton of available opportunities within the Facebook platform too, because there still remain a ton of flat Earth groups there that have huge numbers. I mean, well into the tens of thousands. I was just thinking, I was just reminiscing about the old days 10 years ago on YouTube. There were all sorts of flat Earth channels, and now I'm hard pressed, other than Vlad. I can't remember the name of his channel. I can't think of hardly anybody other than Nathan's channel. It was after the grand exodus of Will Duffy's deceptive little trip. But when they all left, that, there is no hot potatoes anymore. There is no, Jaron. There is none of these guys. So there aren't too many friendlies out there anymore. That was my whole point, which is kind of a good thing because they were all feast of nonsense anyway. That was it.
Check.
Right, Georgie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Coming through now. Good. Just to add, I think you guys just mentioned it. The language, yeah. I think Nathan should do a version in, for example, in Spanish. There's a lot of Spanish-speaking people and Portuguese as well following the Flat Earth. And
Yeah, they got the guy Ventriloquorum doing it. There's somebody on it.
Yeah, there is a guy doing it, Georgia.
And Georgie, I was listening to yesterday's Uncut and After show. You ruined my joke, man.
Did I? Was that a joke? Or this is the joke now?
I was trying to get a joke out about the Jetsons, and you freaking kept talking about Mandela. Son of a bitch, you ruined my joke.
I think I don't know, it might be something to do with it's George in Discord, because I start talking sometimes and George just comes in and...
He's just a freaking rumpus to that George guy.
He blames the lag, but he knows what he's doing.
He's always talking about measurements, but he never gives me any measurements, this George guy.
Let's give it 5 minutes, he'll reply.
No, there's a delay on my internet. Sorry, guys.
What's the measurements, George?
He's on the moon.
He's on the moon. He's on the moon. You're on the moon, George, with a 6-second delay timer.
Me and one deck were breaking
on
his
the
chops the other
International
day.
Space Station.
I'm using a pirate satellite. There's a skull in the bone.
What was you doing, Neil? Sorry.
Me and you were breaking his chops the other day because I was listening to the Uncut and After show. we were playing baller on Georgie. Georgie was getting discouraged. Okay, one deck.
Oh, well, there's only as much I can participate. When I'm busy, I'm busy.
Yeah, we get it. I like when you participated when you left the freaking the mic open and the whole restaurant heard it. That's great. You should do that more often. I used to do that. Yeah, Georgie.
I could actually see. So it's all gone a bit of thing, Georgie's here. I can actually do it in if I go upstairs in like a big Asda store. Like, I don't know what you used to call them over there, Neil. Asda, Walmart. Big supermarket. Yeah, big supermarket. I can go upstairs in like the general manager's office, and then they'll have a mic in there where you just press the little grey thing, and it'll say, "Can Sheila from Home Shopping please come to the service desk at aisle 13? Thank you." I could just press that and play the show on it.
Yeah, I used to do that. I used to do that in the theater. When I was working in the theaters, I would have Nathan show on my freaking Bose speaker. And they used to drive them crazy. Oh, this freaking English guy again? What's he talking about anyway? This was back in the day. So, can you imagine? And I know what George is worried about. He accidentally has his freaking mic open. It's going through the restaurant, and there's no telling who Nathan's ripping at the time and how he's ripping them.
How did he taste? Not the meat.
The goes. Hold on.
How did he taste? Not the meatballs.
Hold on, just let George go. Yeah, George.
Let me tell the story. So, I'm working and I'm using my phone or the app on my phone to play music in the restaurant. So I choose a playlist from my phone and it's playing in the restaurant background. So I'm working. I find a gap to go for a cigarette. So I decided to go for a cigarette. I bring my phone with me and I open on Nathan's show. So as soon as the Nathan show opens on YouTube, obviously the sound goes straight to the restaurant. So I'm outside listening to the show, not realizing that everyone in the restaurant is also listening to the show. That's what happened.
Marvelous.
It was brief, but enough. It was funny.
It would have
How did the meatballs taste?
Yeah, right. It was at the time when Nathan's asking him how certain balls taste.
Hopefully not.
Nathan, I have a question, Nathan.
No.
Go ahead. I'm going to nip out and make a coffee. This will hopefully lead into other people talking, but go ahead. Essential.
Are you offering a free copy of your ebook to anybody who'll have you on your podcast, on their podcast, sorry?
I mean, yeah, if somebody wants me on, and obviously I want them to have read the book, so yeah, I'd be offering them a means of getting the book without having to necessarily pay anything for it. I mean, I think there is...
Yeah, I think it's a good little sweeten the deal. And personally, what I suggest is if somebody does have you on and doesn't try to misrepresent you, or, you know, the usual tactics of editing after the fact when they upload the video, if they're honest and earnest in the conversation with you and have edited it, then send them another one afterwards, you know, as a gift for them to give to somebody else. That's what I do personally, just to sweeten things up.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly, like I said, that's what's happened with Eric. He's asked for a copy and he's just been sent one. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? You know, if he's going to scratch my back and have me on his show, which, as I said in the live show, may or may not happen. Like, I'm not automatically assuming that'll happen.
Yeah, a lot of the cases, you're not going to be really trying to convince the person you're talking to, it's the audience.
But they might not have me on. Like, that might come to nothing. So it's all well and good me sending out a copy to Eric, and Eric saying, oh, yes, can you send me a free copy? And him getting it. That might just fade out into nothing. Like, nothing will come of it. I hope not. I hope, you know, I'm talking to Eric. I've never spoken to him. So if the first time I ever actually speak to him in person, I mean, I've had plenty of interaction with him in messages. I'm one of his Patreons. I've read his books that he sent out when he's released them to his Patrons. So I've had plenty of interaction with Eric. It's just never been one-to-one verbal, you know, as close as you can get. But if the first...
He might turn around and say, I've written several books. You never invited me on your show, Nathan.
Yeah, but he didn't ask, did he?
Yeah, it's exactly. If he'd have come to me and said, can I come and promote my book on your little show? I'd be like, yeah, of course you can.
Oh, that's true.
I don't think Eric DeBay has a platform with an open door like Nathan does. I think if he did, we'd have already been there by now.
Exactly. If Eric was doing the same thing I did with an open door policy where you could just wander in and start talking to Eric, you can bet your bottom dollar I'd have talked to him by now. But he's not set up in that way. Now, I don't expect him to be. I offer something very unique in that regard, something to be proud of. But that's just not the relationship I've got with Eric. But like I say, if the first time I end up interacting with him verbally is about the book, then that is by providence. That's how it should be.
Yep. Agreed.
But if I end up not
talking to him now than 10 years ago when you were clueless.
Yeah, exactly. There was a point where you might find it funny, but that's absolutely true. I do view it in that way. I'm glad I've not been...
You view yourself as being clueless 10 years ago? Really?
Yes.
Clueless?
Yeah,
I
do. Yeah, I do. I do consider the position I'm in now is one of guru status, where I can say I'm a subject matter expert on flat Earth. All things related to this subject. Now, does that mean that I'm an expert in surveying? No, it does not. Does it mean I'm an expert in flat Earth? Yes, absolutely. But if I'd have gone on shows prior, in the last 5 years, say, there's a good chance that I'd have been, number one, nervous about being caught out with something. If something comes up on a show, like let's say next month I'm on some random person show, and they ask me about something that I just don't know about, I've never heard of it, and it's claimed to be an amazing globe proof, I'm not going to be in the slightest bit concerned. I'm like, I've never heard of that. Oh, well then Earth's a ball. I'll just laugh. All right, no, your suggested proofsy that I happen to have never heard about in the 12 years of covering the subject, we can now talk about and figure out where the flat Earth measurements are attached to it. And that'll be the process if something comes up there's always going to be a route back to the flat Earth measurements that all suggested claims of a globe proof will be based fundamentally on from the outset. We all know that. I didn't know that 5 years ago. So you've got to figure out what the claim is and how to get around it with anti-globe rhetoric when you're unfamiliar with it. Suddenly that's a nerve-wracking prospect. Now, do I give a crap that there might be something that I'm unfamiliar with? No. It's not going to change how Earth's measured. It will be foundationally dependent on Earth being measured flat, regardless of what it is. And it might take a little bit of seemingly ignorant inquiry on my part. No, I'm not familiar with that. Can you take me through what gets measured? Will be the simplest response that I can give if something comes up that I'm unfamiliar with. But like I say,
see what you're saying.
I want to be
You're saying that back then you didn't have the measurements. You didn't have a freaking ace in the hole that you could always go to, and it could never be debunked because you can't debunk a measurement. What are you talking about? It's a measurement.
Yes.
I see what you're saying.
The position I am in now is one of supreme confidence. Not the kind where you go, well, your reasonable understanding of flat Earth might, if suggested to be supreme confidence, come before a fall. That is to say, it's just prideful. Now, I'm in that position where I go, nothing I say will alter Earth's measurements. And I can say that as a statement of fact. And there's a confidence that can come from that, which will be oozing out of me when I'm on someone's show. And that same confidence would not necessarily be the case if I was caught out like Dave was caught out with Jesse Lee Peterson. Do you know for sure and without a doubt Earth's flat? Well, 5 years ago, I might have gone, yeah, I'm pretty confident. Well, yeah, but do you know for sure and without a doubt? And then by the 16th repetition, you're suddenly quivering. Well, I don't want that to be the case. I want to go out there with supreme confidence that's justified as a flirt.
Yeah, you're in a position now, all of us, anybody that has come to flat Earth, where it's just measured that way. So it's like there's nothing you can say. And you see it when you go to these different servers. There's nothing they can say. They'll get frustrated and just start spurging. Where's your map? Where's your map? Once again, Nathan Oakley does not have a map. Meanwhile, you said 5 times all maps are flat. This is what you get because this is the position it puts you in, where you're spitting out facts.
I had one. They always use that tape measure, don't they? The tailless tape measure, but I give it back to them like, when you're saying about linear measurements, horizontal, straight measurements. Well, you've got a tailless tape measure, you can wrap that around a basketball. I say, well, that's exactly how latitude works. It's measured flat, and then it's wrapped around the ball to give you your globe. You know what I mean? That's basically what they're telling you.
The tailless tape. Yeah, I never understood the tailless tape because it doesn't matter, because you're talking about a measurement, and at its inception, at its origin, it's linear from the inch to the mile. Yeah. What are you saying?
So the tape measure is the latitude measurements at sea level, measured flat, and then you just wrap it around the ball to make a globe. That's what the tape measure is. And he didn't know what to say about that.
Well, look, when Nathan goes on the other service, they don't refute it. They can't. Right? Well, what are you going to say? You tell me what you're going to say. You can't say anything. It's just the way it is.
The only thing you can say is level is curved. That's all you can say.
I have a 1 meter line in my pocket. 1 meter long line in my pocket.
One more time.
A 1 meter long line in my pocket. That's why it makes the world being a sphere. Because the 1 meter, because it's in my pocket, it's spherical, it's not flat. This is the stupidity that we hear.
But I like the fact that they will not define elevation. And when they do, they'll define it from eye level, like that's supposed to give them some sort of victory. I mean, if anybody's listening, I mean, come on.
Yeah. Well, it's still level, but they're taking it off the ground, the surface level.
They won't define elevation, and they will not define the word geometry because it hangs them by their balls. They can't go nowhere because they have to take it to surface level.
They cannot define horizontal.
Well, if you ask them to, they will define it in their way, but they will not freaking give you the definition of height or what does elevation mean. Right? They won't do that because they have to say it's a measurement above sea level, surface level, and it ends them. Who was it? Who was the latest one? I think it was Buck. He freaking skirted around that question, and then he finally said height above eye level. He tied it into eye level. Whatever stupid ass words he used. Like that was supposed to give him a victory. When all it did was move the goalpost. That's all.
Doesn't
Just
move
moved
the
it from the
goalpost.
surface to your eye.
Not at all. Eye level is measured from surface level.
That's what I just said. He thinks he had a win, but he just moved it to the eye, which is here.
Eye level. What it means is parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Zenith, surface level, eye level, sea level, flight level. They're all the same thing. They're all axiomatically tied to a flat plane.
Which makes him look all the more a fool. If anybody was listening... All right, George, I'm going to go on mute for a while you get it off because we're going to keep bumping heads. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying it's on a definition. Horizontal, all of them. Parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical. And it's game over. They don't want to go to the surface, but all horizontals will be parallel to it at right angles to the vertical. Never too much to emphasize that point. Go ahead, Neil.
Right, and that's why, if anybody listening, when he gave his little eye level definition, should be like, what the freak? Is this guy nuts?
He's not nuts, he just conceded.
Exactly why you would say, is this guy nuts? The only thing he did was not outright say in words, it's from surface level or sea level, which it doesn't matter.
Nathan, what do you think to our latest opponent on the circuit? Curious UK debunks?
Ooh, what's that?
Well, I wouldn't get excited. Some four-eyed, bug-looking guy in his kitchen telling everybody Earth's a globe.
Just another dweeb.
So he's telling everybody Earth's a globe. Is he giving them any measurements of that? Oh, wait, that would be flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, and he's quite a zealot in his comments.
Listen, you can't be any worse to having a guy on a boat in the ocean with you and never demonstrating how Earth is flat.
It just makes me laugh that all these a new anti-flat earther will emerge just out of nowhere, like agents out of the Matrix. You've dealt with one and then another one spawns.
Oh, I didn't tell you guys. I got a freaking a message from Fuck, son of a bitch thinks he can communicate with me on my phone. I am going to give you and Nathan props. 99% of flat earth channels go hard on the anti-Semitic tropes and connotations. I have never once heard Nathan get into that nonsense. And he brings you up, Sensual Goat. Today, Sensual Goat went there and Nathan shot him down. I think Nathan is repulsive, but on this, I give him props. Like, Buck, I know you're listening. You think we give a shit what you think or what you say? We discuss flat Earth here and how it's measured.
Yeah, from the elevation above sea level, pal.
Yeah, what you wouldn't define. Elevation.
Saw a great racist T-shirt the other day. It had Pikachu, and it had Pikachu but with a beard and like the whole Hasidic Jew get up. It was hilarious.
So much for that.
Well, there was a whole series of them. There was N-word a chew as well. I won't say it. With a Jerry curl.
Yeah, there's a difference between being racist and making a joke.
Exactly.
Yeah, Craig, click OK, sent me a very, very, very racist video. Possibly the most racist thing I've ever seen in my entire life about Indians and India in general. And I did watch it all. It was horrific.
Really?
Yeah, incredibly. They were describing Indians as being, I don't know if this is a derogatory term that's well known, but a Pajit. Have you ever heard that term before? I'd never heard it.
Nope.
Oh.
I might have seen it on a menu.
Yeah. One Benjamin went on about this before, about how the shit on the streets and the place is disgusting.
Yeah, you've got
I'm
it.
aware of that stuff.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. So they're showing, like, documented evidence of them dumping rubbish into their river systems and things of that sort of nature. And just describing the worst type of humanity, but specifically from a particular race. Now, like with anything, you can find bad people in any given community. It doesn't matter what community it is, there's going to be bad people. And if you only focus on those people, you can make the entire community seem deplorable. And that's basically what this did. It took all of the worst aspects of a particular race and laid them out one after the next to stereotype, which is the essence of racism, right?
Yeah, I hate that.
It was disclaimed
Right, but
when it
there's
was...
also valid criticism of other people's cultures. Having been to India myself, I can tell you that a lot of the rivers do have pollution in. And I was on a canal boat, went about 20 miles on it, and I didn't see hardly any, the occasional bit of rubbish. There's a big difference in culture and how people treat one another and the place they live. So criticising that, you can't obviously put that to everybody, but there is a general behaviour and pattern recognition that you are allowed to make and point out. You have that freedom.
There was a YouTube channel I was watching, I can't remember who it was, but they were playing a game on Google Earth in India, just dropping a random pin on India and trying to find somewhere not covered in garbage. They could not do it.
Yeah.
Curry's nice, though.
I'm going to have to discuss this with Flat Arthur.
We'll have to call him. Ring-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding.
How terrible.
You are a funny guy.
Well, I am right here.
Flat Arthur, is this true what I'm hearing about beloved India?
You don't have to do this. You don't have to engage this, Arthur. Just say no.
I'm anyways having to listen to it.
I'm sure there are beautiful areas in India. I rumpus shit.
Did
Try
someone
that
say
again.
India? You're gonna need a flat Earth for that.
Figures it was George. He ruined my joke the other day, and now he's ruining Flat Earth. What's going on with you, Georgie?
He's always rumpusing.
Controlled opposition, I believe.
You're always bullying
This guy's
him.
a shill.
Second time this has happened where you suddenly decide that bullying George is the order of the day.
We're not bullying him. We're just pointing out some facts.
Jeez. He comes in freaking 30 seconds after people are talking.
Well, I just don't like this. We were quite happily engaging in some Indian racism and suddenly we're bullying George. It's outrageous, really. Can we get back on topic?
But that was funny. We're going to have to ring him up. You really are a funny guy.
Right, that's the Portuguese done. Move on to the Japanese next.
Portuguese? What do you mean that's the Portuguese done?
George, he's from Portugal.
Oh, is he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, correct.
So that's why you're asking for the translated copies for your peoples? There's somebody on it. I don't know. Has that guy even got in touch with you, Ventriloquorum, Nathan?
Yeah, absolutely. I see
great.
I'm copied in on the emails back and forth from the guy who's creating the audiobook version, the guy creating the Dutch version, and the guy creating the Spanish version. So they're all in touch with the publisher and going back and forth about various different standards that have to be met and things like that. So yeah, while I'm not necessarily, there's nothing for me to do, but I am CC'd on the back and forth between them and the publisher. And the most recent one I got was today from the Dutch translation, because there was a suggestion that there might be audiobooks in different languages as well, but not necessarily Dutch, because the Dutch translator was like, well, for now I'm just going to do the Dutch translation if that's okay, which is fine, but he was just explaining that he was currently getting on with it. So, okay, thanks, I'll look into it. For now, I'll just continue with the Finnish translation. Was I saying Dutch? Finnish. I enjoy doing it, etc., etc. So yeah, like I say, I've not got any part in that particular discussion. I'm not part of that back and forth, but obviously it's directly connected to me in the book, so that's why I'm being CC'd in, and I've got a good handle on what's going on, and they're just working through it. It's not an immediate process to do a translation, right? They're doing it for free in their own time, so it's going to take as long as it takes them to do it. And hopefully a few other people will see that and then get in touch and go, can I do a German version? Apparently there was going to be a Hindi version, but then the translator decided that we were all incredibly racist and that he wasn't going to do it after all. So that's a bit disappointing.
You're going to have to ring him.
Ring-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a, ring-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding.
Come on, Flat Earther, come clean. Is India polluted to the point where it is totally nasty, or give me some hope? There are some beautiful sections in India, I'm assuming. I've never been there. But I've watched some Bollywood movies, and it looks gorgeous.
No, but that is the reality to a large extent. Yes, it is terribly polluted, and there are no regulations, so to say, from the government side. And even if they are rarely being followed. So, yes, all our supposedly holy rivers are like dumping grounds for all kinds of illegal as well as legal kind of industries and factories.
Hey, Arthur, I heard there was a politician who was looking to change that. He was looking to bring some laws in regarding pollution. I read that recently, but I can't remember the specific details.
Are you aware of this recent protests in India done by the Gen Z generation who had an image of being too casual and not too serious about politics, basically the young people. And all of a sudden, there was the Chief Justice of India, the highest position in the Supreme Court. He had made a comment regarding the unemployed people who keep making content on different platforms as cockroaches. It was a derogatory term, but it was picked up by the youth, the Gen Z, and they formed an alternative party, in the sense, a movement which was Cockroach Janta Party, which was a satire on the ruling party in the country. And after organizing protests, which drew a lot of attention from all over the world as well, but finally they were able to demand and exact the resignation of our education minister, because a major exam in India, a national level competitive exam, got leaked. So, yeah, there is some ray, some hope, but I'm not sure whether this is going to be enough. It is going to take a lot of such paradigm shifts in India to bring us back on track.
You know where it starts with pollution? I'm going to tell you, because I had a ministry where I was going into drug-infested neighborhood and trying to get some people out of a drug lifestyle and into Christian-based drug programs. And it starts in the neighborhood. Like, we had a bunch of kids, and we're hanging with them, and they're helping me out with serving food to the people. And they just threw stuff on the floor. So I grabbed the one kid, and I said, listen, put that in the garbage. What do you think your neighborhood would look like if everybody put their garbage in the garbage instead of on the floor? That it would look a lot cleaner. So it starts neighborhood by neighborhood. Beverly Hills don't look like Beverly Hills for no reason. People don't dump on it.
Yeah, they have a sense of pride and a sense of shame. So, Arthur, this political party, what is their overall aim then for the country? So to reinstall nationalistic pride in the country?
That's the ruling party. You can call it the right-wing nationalistic party of India, which has been in power for more than a decade now. And the prime minister is the longest serving prime minister of India, 12 years and running. So that is the ruling party. But yes, there is a strong sentiment from the left side and the center side who do not really align with the ruling party. And the media here is ridiculously biased. It is
But can I
ludicrous.
ask, Arthur, can I ask, there's a contradiction in what you said. You said the right wing, well, that implies to me conservative. Well, if he's allowed pollution, mass scale pollution across the country, then what's he conserving? So therefore, how can he be self-labeled as a conservative?
Conservative in the sense only of religion, because that is the basis on which they run the elections. The main agenda in our elections is, unfortunately, religion. And that is the point of the opposition, that instead of driving the entire country, which is majority Hindu, towards a Hindu kind of Hindu-led movement is not right. And instead, we should focus on unemployment and education and the real pressing issues which are plaguing the people of India. But again, people tend to choose religion over all those things that really matter. And there is always an opposition, the other side.
Well, it doesn't sound like you have any
Fantastic.
conservatives there. Sorry.
Don't you guys have a space program? As far as I'm aware, India already claimed to land on the moon. Send all of these rebels to outer space.
Of course, we do. And no prizes for guessing what India's USP is when it comes to space. It is sending the cheapest satellites and probes to Moon and Mars and outer space, allegedly.
I remember seeing some footage of some Indian space program, and the CGI wasn't very good. It was a good few years ago, that.
CGI cartoons. Come on.
Yeah, we all saw the Indian space program.
Yeah, it looked like a PlayStation 1 game in development.
No, you don't get it, do you? You know it's real because it looks so fake.
Okay, Elon.
Hey, I have a question. I have a question for Flat Arthur as well. Did you say the Generation Z led this opposition to the party? Is that what you said?
I mean, see, if I keep aside the conspiratard in me, then looking at it from a layman's perspective, that's how it was shown to the people that a 30-year-old guy who was studying in Boston University, which is from an Indian perspective like a dream that you have gone to America and you are studying in one of the premier league colleges. But that guy got so offended by this CGI's cockroach remark that he left his studies and came back to India and led a protest, which was ultimately able to achieve what it wanted to achieve. And now he's full-fledged doing political rallies and movements and pointing out all the flaws in the system and trying to bring in a huge change. So this is what has been the story. But again, he was able to do this movement through Instagram. Yeah, that is a good point, because his page on Instagram was able to garner more than 20 million followers in a matter of a few days, which surpassed the ruling party's number of followers on Instagram. They had like 15 or something. But this new party launched on Instagram was so much supported on Instagram by the Gen Z that they decided to actually protest on ground. And the retaliation by the government in the capital of our country, New Delhi, where they were protesting, it spread like wildfire all over the world, because the kind of retaliation involved lathi charge, which is hitting people with canes and dropping tear gas bombs right in the middle of crowd. And there was a lot of hullabaloo against that as well. So brutally, it was the police retaliated with full force and brutality.
Thank you for explaining that. It's sad.
Yeah, it sounds like a load of young communists wanting more taxes.
Got them all over the states.
Yeah, I was going to say we're fighting this same nonsense in the United States as well, and it's just, the longer they do it, they're showing their hand. That's all. That's why I said it's hard to believe that would go all the way across the realm to India, but that's amazing.
Just show me one place where communism has worked, where it's been successful.
From the point of view of the middle class people, of course, I am also one. So our basic necessities, for example, there are a lot of new people who are buying cars in India, and we are a few decades behind the Western world, of course. But the fuel is controlled by the government, and everything gets delayed in India, construction of bridges and every kind of infrastructure. So they had a plan to introduce E20 petrol. So it is 20% ethanol mixed with 80% petrol. And the planning was to launch it in India by 2030. But this is the only thing which they were able to achieve before time, and they launched it in 2025. And it is actually causing harm to the cars in India. Only after 2023 we have E20 compliant cars, but all people who have an older car or bike or everything are suffering major damages to their engines, and even the insurance companies are refusing to actually take your claim. because that is a damage which was caused by some external factor. You caused damage to it. So insurance is also refusing to pay for damages. And people are getting angry because now it has come to their pockets. There is no reduction in the price of petrol because the government is mixing 20% ethanol. But the people are having to pay extra and at the same time do damage to their own cars and bikes. So it is ridiculous.
I wouldn't even use E20 in my garden machinery or lawnmowers. It's terrible stuff.
And it's the worst part is you don't have a choice here. The government will only sell you E20 and you have to put it. There is no choice. Even if you want to buy the good petrol, E10 or 100% pure petrol, you have to pay a ridiculously high amount, preposterously high, almost 2 times the price of E20 petrol. And in most places, you don't even have the choice at all.
We're facing the same thing here in the United States. The only difference is we are given the choice, but the overwhelming, at least here in the Midwest, because of the corn and the agricultural monies that can be made from this crap gasoline, is that the media is just behind it 100%. We have the choice at the pump, but the media is driving the benefits of here it's E15. It's wrong.
Yeah, the problem with the crude oil, because every product. But the main point is that the countries that actually have the crude oil in their soil, they don't have the refineries in order to break it down to different products. So in most cases, it needs to be sent away, and then you need to purchase back what is yours in different phases of the different stages, and that is the biggest problem. Houses.
Well, it's in.
Yes, I agree.
What happened? I lost all connection.
No,
Well,
nothing. George's mic was disconnecting while he was talking. It wasn't you.
Bloody George again.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Sorry, your mic's just coming loose.
Oh,
You
I
will
see.
be.
Sorry about that. I was talking about the crude oil. That's what is actually extracted from the ground. It's crude oil, and then needs to be sent to refineries to be broken down in different stages, like petrol, gasoline, and so on. Vaseline. All of these products. The problem is that not all the countries have refineries, so they need to send it away and then purchase back in different products, like gasoline, for example.
The oil is actually dragon's blood, so it depends what dragons, they're continents now, obviously, that you look at on maps. They're dragons that used to roam the world, and depending on what type of blood type there was, depends on what type of oil you get in different regions.
And some of the dragons were herbivores, so they had different blood.
Yeah, there were no Indian dragons, so we have to import most of our crude oil. And the richest person in India, if you've heard of him, is also sometimes featured in the top 10 of the world, the Ambanis. So he runs all the refineries in India, the richest man, amongst many other things.
Yeah, that idea still prevails because they say crude oil is organic. And because they say it's organic, it must come from organic form, like animal. You just need to believe in these conventions.
Oh, for how much debt does India have?
How much what?
Yeah,
Debt?
come on, Arthur. Tell us about how much debt and how much do you owe to other countries? Come on.
How much national debt is India in?
Come on, you guys are going to make him do the research.
Really? You're going
He should
to
know off
make
the
me
top
look
of
into
his head.
macroeconomics now.
No, but even if you don't know the exact number, most people have a good idea of whether their country's in a good or bad financial situation.
I mean, of course, we are under a lot of debt, but in terms of GDP as well, we are like the 4th or 5th in the world, and we are much below the bigger countries. And oil is one thing that we have to import, but overall, trade wise, imports and exports wise, I think India is in deficit. Not to the tune
Where
of
England's
trillions
going?
of dollars, but a few $billion.
India's debt to GDP is around 80%, 82, 84%. Japan's is over 200. The United States is 130%.
Who they're in debt to, though? Are they all in debt to the IMF? Sorry, George.
Now you go ahead. Sorry, I rampaged you.
Yeah, so who are all these countries in debt to? Or is it all paid to the IMF, the International Monetary Fund? And what do they do with the money?
Yeah, my question is to whom all of these countries owe the money to? They don't owe money to one single country, do they? It's to the banking system.
NASA. They give it NASA for space exploration.
So they can do better cartoons.
Well, the way England's going at the minute, what we're bringing in won't be enough to pay the interest on our loans, to keep our economy going, to put us further into debt.
It's not long ago since the UK finally got round to paying off the debt from the Second World War. So all the money that's been borrowed and spent since then, I have no idea what kind of position it's in, but when your country can't even balance the books, something fucking really wrong's going on.
Now, what they should do in benefit of the world economy would be to recall the money back. For example, let's say the United States recalls all the $100 bills, yeah, for a different printing, a different design. So all the old ones need to come in and they'll produce new ones out. So if all the countries would do something like that, like replace the money every now and again, that means that the money cannot be just under the bed. Otherwise, with time, you lose all the value. So the money needs to come about, meaning that all of the virtual money that just exists in a computer's mind, just a number on the computer, all of that will vanish, because if you don't have the physical money, the virtual loses its value. Obviously, they don't do this because they have a lot to lose, don't they? All of a sudden, these accounts abroad, this money that doesn't exist needs to come to existence, needs to be worth somehow. And we're talking about vast amounts of money. They will never do that. But that would be the solution, in my view.
Here's another great deception for you. There is no money. There is no paper money. There is no digital money. There's only gold and silver. That's it. So when you say call the paper in and reissue paper, no, you're just changing one piece of paper for another piece of paper. And there are multiple examples of fiat currencies going to zero. Zimbabwe, Weimar, Germany, all of these fiat countries or countries that had fiat-based money, all just collapsed. And that's what the United States is trying to avoid right now with nearing a $40 trillion debt. That's why they stepped in and pumped up the Japanese yen, because they couldn't afford to have the Japanese people say, well, we're gonna cash out all of our U.S. treasuries. It would have collapsed the United States market. That's why the United States stepped in and helped the yen.
Hey, I got one of them Zimbabwe bills. I'm waiting for them to freaking reset the currency. I think I got what I bought. But yeah, if that ever happens, I'm good.
Well, let me ask Flat Arthur another question. Is it true, or is this a stereotype or a position of fallaciousness that Indian people love gold? Do you accumulate gold via jewelry or coins or bars? Is that true?
Yes, it is true. Both culturally and economically. So culturally, gold has a lot of value because in marriages, the bride wears a lot of gold, and gold gets exchanged by family members. So every marriage of a decent enough family, I mean to say, not the really poor people, but when it comes to the middle class or the upper classes, so every marriage means there is going to be a heavy gifting of gold to the groom and to the bride by all the relatives and family members. And my mother, for example, still has jewelry from like 35, 40 years ago, which she got gifted, and they just keep it preserved.
I can
And they
testify
cherish.
to that. My wife is Indian, and they give out these things for their wrist. And they get a bangle for their wrist, all gold. Very heavy on gold. As a matter of fact, my father-in-law used to make the gold in Guyana.
Let's not forget that people used to be paid with salt. Yeah, salary comes from salt. People used to be paid with salt, not just gold. You know, that's the thing. You know, whatever is valuable to you, it might not be valuable to me, and vice versa. The world came to a consensus, let's say, to accept gold instead of salt. You know what I mean? Because salt is what we have the most.
No, now we're backed by the freaking stock market. This shit's going to go down soon. But I don't believe that bullshit that we're out of money either. To me, that's another bullshit lie. What do you call it? Fisherman. I think that's a straight up bullshit fearmonger lie.
Yeah, the same thing like petrol. They need to pretend that there is not much left. You know, that's why the prices need to be the amount that it is. You know, you need to have the perception that there is not much out there. Gold, petrol, all these things.
Well, don't kid yourself either, because this fiat money has got to be. Listen, in 1971, when President Nixon took us off the gold standard and created this fiat currency in America, America had always been based on the gold standard. And the stock market crash in 1929 wasn't because of a lack of gold. It was a lack of people going in debt, taking on too much debt that they couldn't repay. And when the banker said it's time to pay, it crashed the stock market, and people were jumping out of buildings, and they went through a decade-long depression. Not because of gold, because gold had been the standard. It was because of the debt that they had accumulated. Now we're in dangerous grounds right now, boys. This is dangerous stuff. But Flat Arthur, thank you for that. I appreciate your insight.
Yeah, I think they're full of shit with that, though.
I remember seeing a video the other day. Sorry, Matt. A video the other day of Rand Paul going on about since the gold standard was taken away, that the currency's inflated like 220% or something. I don't know if that's the exact figure. I can't remember for a fact, but it was something fucking ridiculous. But it's just a way to get more money out of nothing. It is just a debt-based economy, which is parasitic in nature.
It's plugging the extension cable back into itself.
The United States is all debt-based. All debt-based. When you buy a
Meanwhile,
U.S. Treasury,
Earth is
that's what
measured flat.
you're buying American debt when you buy a U.S. Treasury. That's why they're looking at these 10-year and 20-year and 30-year interest rate numbers, because the higher that interest rate goes up, it's just dangerous.
You say?
All I know is that there are a number of countries, the BRICS nations specifically, that are accumulating gold at insane levels and have been for the last 4 or 5 years. And there's a reason for them doing that.
I bought into a gold company. You want a part of it? I'll give you all the information. You get gold inside of a credit card, right in the center. 99.9999999 pure. Multi-level marketing. The more you get people to buy in, the more you make, and the cheaper you get the gold. But my ex's brother became a millionaire off of this. But you got to be willing to put the work in. But it's a legit business. It's multi-level marketing. Look it up. It's called Carrot Bars.
Well, what I'm talking about is the difference between paper gold and actual gold that you can hold in your hand. Flat
No, this is
Arthur
actual
talking
gold,
about
not paper. Listen,
he's
actual gold. You can hold it in your hand. It's in the center of a freaking like a credit card type thing, like a regular like debit card. In that center is a solid piece of, I think it's a gram of gold. Right? And that's, you buy them as you get more and more people in, you get it cheaper and cheaper. There's a freaking 5 safes full of this gold. So, but I never really got it off the ground because I bought a package that was worth $2,000. Now, when I bought into it, I thought I was getting close to $2,000 worth of gold. Comes, and he told me, yeah, if I can't get it off the ground, I can at least sell the gold and maybe at least make half of it back. That wasn't the case. I got 3 freaking grams of gold in a freaking 3 different credit cards had the gold in there. It was legit, but if I wanted to sell that, the most I get is maybe $300-400, and I can't go and try to sell that to people. I would have to tell them, listen, if you want to buy into this, there's a package for $2,000, one for $800, one for $400. The big package I got, you get 3 grams of gold. And if the person asks me, well, how much is that worth? I'm going to tell them. I can't freaking lie to them. So that's the only thing that pissed me off. I wasn't told the whole truth. I thought I was going to be able to sell the gold and at least get freaking $1,000 back. But other people take off with it. They get 5-6 people to buy in with them. They go under them, and it's like a whole multi-level marketing thing. And a lot of people doing it, but I couldn't get it off the ground.
interesting. I've never heard of what you're talking about, Neil. I haven't heard about that.
Google it. It's called Carrot Bars.
Well, I will certainly look into it. I do know that people get excited about getting in and then have no idea how to get out. That's a mistake a lot of people make whether you're investing in stocks or bonds or gold or silver or precious metals or anything. They get excited about getting in, but they don't know how to get out.
Yeah, but you can't lose with gold. What do you want to get out of gold? Keep buying it. Gold will never. That's one thing the guy told me. He said when all that shit would happen with COVID and everything, he goes, do not sell your gold. A lot of people are panicking and selling their freaking gold. He was buying it off them. He kept it all. That will never lose.
Your lemonade in here. Don't grab it before it all melts and goes wrong. Don't off me. Whoops. Speaking of gold, Nathan, are you familiar with Ed Zitron? What, one of those fancy French cars with the air suspension? No. The across the pond UK British podcaster, author, economics guy, Ed Zitron. No. Well, he's making a big splash here in the United States because, amazingly, coincidentally, he's debunking this whole AI investment with the hyperscalers all investing in each other, which is circular investing. I give you money, and then you tell me that you're only going to do business with me, and then we give Neil some money, and Neil's only going to do business with us, and then we give Windex some money, and we're all going to do business with each other. But we're not making any money. We're just passing all this money around and around and around and around. Well, Ed Zitron is saying this thing is going to blow up big time because there's no money coming in at all. The few revenues that they are making aren't anywhere close to the debt. So he's talking about the AI bubble. And guess who's at the very top of this conversation? Our old buddy, the king of outer space, Elon Musk and SpaceX and the IPO they did. Maybe he's being set up for a fall. Maybe Elon Musk will become the scapegoat for all this nonsense. Well, the way it looks right now, Nathan, he is. And there are a ton of people, a lot of podcasters, not the news. The news thinks he's the greatest thing since buttered bread. But a lot of independent podcasters and broadcasters are saying, what's this guy talking about? And now guess what they're talking about? Well, isn't he the guy that would blow up one of his rockets like every 30 days and he'd laugh about it? Yeah. $1 billion rocket, he blew up. It was no big deal to him. Well, it's a big deal now because they've invested their money in SpaceX. I sit back and it's the best entertainment I can have. It's dangerous, but the level of people's deception, and now it's affecting their pocketbook. They got so carried away with outer space and this delusion of outer space that they're going to start investing their own money into an idea that an area exists that doesn't exist. Well, what do you think's going to happen? They're going to lose everything. Well, that's where they can weaponize people against a scapegoat if a scapegoat is needed. Right? You need to take all eyes off the form of deception, and many of them have died anyway. So you need a fall guy if it's going to crumble. And if we're witnessing the crumbling of heliocentrism and space deception, attaching people's 401k to a business directly tied to the area of Narnia in question is the most effective way of weaponizing those people against that individual as a single scapegoat. So we might be seeing that unfold before our eyes with Elon Musk being the fall guy for all of this nonsense. I mean, that's pie in the sky speculation, but it does seem that way when literally the American citizen has their retirement fund tied to this company. You're like, holy shit, that's getting serious real quick.
That's what I say. When you say
exactly right,
it doesn't mean anything, it means a lot, Flat Earth. Because when people start freaking pointing to these organizations that have been using their money to go to where? Narnia? Oh, there's going to be some shit going on.
Yeah. Someone private, then it's private industry. The people who are actually in power are unaffected. You could just have this patsy that gets, put onto the chopping block, metaphorically speaking. That seems like what's happening. Maybe not. But throughout my lifetime, I've seen several people build up their space portfolio in a similar manner and then just get forgotten about. Well, Musk is the current incarnation of that particular pattern. but he might actually end up with his head on the chopping block at the end of the process, or he'll ultimately be forgotten about, like Richard Branson or whoever. Very interesting.
Did Richard Branson even do anything with his space tourism company? I remember there was 3 companies doing it before, but I don't think he ever even got there. His was like a little shuttle on top of an aeroplane or something, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, well, it was one of the old 1950s planes that had to piggyback off the back of another one, and then they were dropped at a supersonic speed into travelling into an area above where other planes could go. I mean, the technology adapted for space, Virgin Space or whatever it was called, was just old 1950s technology, just rebadged. But the person who's actually followed his story arc in modern times is the other guy, the Bezos guy. He's the one who's tied to, you know, the public, in quotes, going up to this area beyond where normal planes can go. So that's where you've got the story arc with people like Katy Perry, who I hear reliably is MK Ultra controlled. Yeah, I would say that his story arc, Bezos' story arc, mirrors Branson's more closely than Musk's. Musk's mirrors NASA's, doesn't it? So that's interesting in and of itself.
Yeah, and the point that Elon has working for him is this Starlink stuff, which I don't know whether he's doing it with balloons, helium balloons, or whether he's moving these Starlink systems with airplanes. I don't know. I do know that he's not going into outer space with a geocentric satellite that just sits there and you know, transfers data. So we know that it's nonsense, but the public doesn't know that.
Well,
so
that technology
he can tell.
That version of technology has existed just for ages and ages. So in the early 2000s, my folks moved out into the middle of nowhere, like without a neighbour or within miles, no, you know, water supply pumped to them or anything. So getting internet was nigh on impossible. And they set up a similar system. Now, it cost an absolute fortune, but just as time has progressed and internet speeds have progressed, the marketing for the same system has progressed as its speeds have increased, and it's been taken under the wing of someone like Musk, remarketed with quicker speeds. But the overall principle has never changed. You've always been able to get a very expensive version of what is currently pumped as Starlink out in the middle of nowhere. Like I say, my folks used to have a very, very similar service for a very long time. Like I say, there was no internet access in the middle of nowhere, so they had to have a so-called satellite link up for their internet that cost a lot of money because they were in the middle of the country, and my dad liked to program and was very keen on his computing, so he was willing to pay it. And like now, it's just punted with faster speeds and slightly cheaper prices, but it's the same piss in a different bottle. It's always existed. It's just most people are unaware because they've not been marketed to for the facility because it's unnecessary. Like, most people have had their roads dug up and fibre optic cables laid, or are in the process of getting them. So it becomes a moot point to most people. But, you know, the marketing for Starlink is far superior to any previous incarnation of the same thing, where you can get internet access in the remote locations. I find space less and less appealing in terms of my interest for it. I know there's lots of bullshit that's peddled, but the only connection now is that the tertiary connection to heliocentrism in general, because of its flat Earth measurements, connects it, not us, and flat Earth measurements to this space lie, to this idea of an outer space sky vacuum. But when you then juxtapose that with where we have a connection to heliocentrism, but for the fact that it's utilised and leveraged flat Earth measurements as its foundations, its only connection is the fact that it's an explanation for the way that the lights move in the sky, and that area is being bullshitted about by people like Musk and NASA. But for the fact that we wouldn't be talking about heliocentrism if our opponents weren't putting it on our desk without us wanting it there, we would probably never talk about space at all. Like it wouldn't be on our metaphorical radar because it doesn't hold any interest. The explanation we do have at the highest of authority is heliocentrism. Therefore, obviously, that's the only system that gets talked about when we talk about the sky. We also have an overlap because there's certain measurements that dictate ground positions that are based on movements of the lights. Therefore, the systems and tracking of them are useful for finding your way if you're lost. And therefore, we can leverage those for flat Earth measurements. But again, when I describe it in that way, but other than the fact that you're measuring an angle to a light in the sky, there is no connection between that process for ground positions and the suggestion of a sky vacuum. You can see how you can wangle a connection, but it really isn't directly there. You know, the measurement of an angle to a light doesn't really have that much bearing on the suggestion that it's an area you can travel to. It is kind of inconsequential for us. Now, I get that, again, in the science version of Flat Earth, which is actually anti-globe, that's directly what they cover. Because being anti-globe means being anti-explanation for the movement of the lights, which is directly tied to being in an area called outer space. So the majority of former flat earthing was the attempted debunking of claims from people like NASA and Musk. But like I say, the more time progresses, the more I feel I'm completely detached from that nonsense. Sometimes I have to remind myself, because I skip past it because of my limited interest in it when I'm doom scrolling or whatever on TikTok or Shorts. And I'll come across something space related and it's just flick straight past it without a buy or leave. It just feels so inconsequential to me. And sometimes I have to remind myself, oh yeah, that is something that, you know, is supposed to be in the flat earthers' wheelhouse. It's the raison d'etre of most flat earthers. That's their main purpose in being in the arena, to say that space is fake. Like, some of them seemingly get off on it. I don't get it. Like I say, it lost its luster when I was about 14, maybe even younger, maybe 12. You know, the fact that you're forced back into this arena where you're suddenly talking about something you had an interest in 20 or 30 years ago, like, it's hard to rekindle that interest. Like, I genuinely don't find any fascination in being a spaceman anymore. And I see my competition, the dweebs that we, you know, put in opposition to, as being trapped in that 12-year-old mindset. And I kind of see that as embarrassing, dweeby and sad. And something that I kind of cringe when we get into it. It just feels so geeky and nerdy. Do none of you get that?
Narnia is a much better place. I was never into space, me, for growing up. I wasn't one of... I might have watched Star Trek now and again if I got up in the morning as a youngster and it was on, but I was never obsessed or thinking, oh, space, and I want to be an astronaut. And I wasn't one of them type of people or youngsters. I don't know, the toys I played with. I mean, a lot of these people had little spaceships, didn't they? And I don't know, I was more of an action man type of guy, and you know, the Bionic Man. I was never into space.
Yeah, I really like space, but I just grew out of it like most people.
I rewatched the movie The Martian the other day, and the guy is planting the potatoes, and he mentions the second law of thermodynamics. Yeah. Because it needs to have a contained environment in order to grow potatoes. He's explaining nicely in little words. And I'm pointing out to the people watching the movie with me, what about the Earth? It doesn't apply the same thing? No, cannot apply to the Earth. Second law cannot apply to the Earth.
Does not apply to the globe Earth.
That's correct.
How old is that film, The Martian? George?
Got to be coming up for 8 or 9 years old now, surely.
Because I don't think I was. I think I watched that, and I don't think I was Flat Earth at the time. I didn't watch it with an amazing interest, but I remember watching it thinking I wasn't getting like, oh. I remember watching it and thought, oh, it was a good film. That was all right, but I wouldn't have I didn't critique it like George just pointed out. So I must have just been shortly after that. possibly.
And I watched Interstellar before I was involved in Flat Earth, and there's no way you could watch it after without being highly critical. I mean, it's like the imagination in that freaking movie is insane.
Yeah, but it's like putting yourself in a different conceptual realm, you know, akin to Westeros or Narnia.
Yeah, but I can still watch Star Wars and not be affected. I can watch freaking the X-Men and freaking the Avengers. Now I hear they're going at it because a new movie's coming out called Doomsday. And freaking now Robert Downey Jr. is no longer Iron Man, but he's freaking a supervillain. Dr.
Yeah,
Doom.
but it's like, and we've been through before, Star Wars, yeah. But when you start there watching it, it's just a little fantasy, innit? You know, like Narnia. It is, like Nathan explains it, but it's just Narnia. You know, you get excited, spaceships flying around and docking onto the asteroids and, you know, super-powered spaceships. And, you know, it's just like, wow, this is, even as an adult, it's just your little, it's some adults' escape route as a little fantasy trip. You know what I mean?
I was more interested in the lightsaber and the family, you know, the plot of the, you know, the family structure of it. Really didn't pay too much attention to it being in freaking a galaxy far, far away. But that's where it was, right? Supposedly. So my question is this. Did Star Wars happen in the past? Or was it present or future?
Obviously, Neil, it happened a long, long time ago in the galaxy far, far away.
Happened in the 70s.
77, what are you talking about?
Hold on, guys. There's a new bowler here on Discord. I don't know if he has a question for the panel. Josh, are you there?
I'm here. I'm just listening.
Oh, Josh is here. Interesting. You spoke to him the other day.
Hello, Josh. How you doing?
Doing all right. Eating some pasta salad and watching Cars 2 with my toddler.
So, I mean, we've not spoke before. What's your take on sort of the new rhetoric coming from FED? Like, we're just purely talking about how Earth's measured flat from sea level. Are you sort of finding that a little bit difficult to deal with, or are you understanding it more now?
No, not really. I mean, I'm a satellite engineer by trade and do this type of stuff as my job every day. I don't get kind of wound up in this conversation. I just really appreciate it from a science communication point of view and understanding folks with different outlooks on the world.
Science.
But
Just
no, I appreciate
you a
the
question,
candor,
dude.
I like listening.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you know for sure and without a doubt that satellites you may be working hands-on end up in space from a rocket?
Correct.
You know for sure and without a doubt?
Yeah. As somebody who my specific role is maintaining the relationship between the U.S. government and these commercial entities. I know all of the data that gets passed between the commercial entity and the U.S. government for the purposes of licensing and other approval mechanisms. And because of that, I know that the encryption keys and the encryption methods that we use to decode the information coming down from the spacecraft are never handed to anybody else besides the company. So because the objects that we see go up on the rocket are able to be decrypted using, you know, that key that we hold, and we get the imagery and the data come back down, that it has to be the same object.
Yeah, but
You said up and down. You're familiar with the trajectory, right?
Yeah, you're getting information sent from whichever source, but how do you know whether it's something floating around in Narnia or whether it's just dangling off a high altitude balloon?
Oh, there's no helium, there's no balloon subsystem on the hardware that we build and ship off to the launch site, and we have engineers on site the entire step of the way. There's no break in the chain of custody.
You're barking up the wrong tree. You use words like up and down.
Yeah, but I mean, the guy Josh is talking about. I mean, I know Len's asking a question, but when Nathan talks on the show, Josh, what we're saying is like the area they call space is in the violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You can't have a vacuum of 10 to the minus 17 so adjacent to a pressurized system without containment. Would you agree with that?
No, it's a gradient. It doesn't go from pressurized to unpressurized. It slowly decreases as you increase.
Can't have a gradient without
that.
freaking containment.
Hang on. You'd still need a container for the pressure gradient.
No, I disagree with that assertion.
No, it's how gas behaves. It's a natural law. You cannot demonstrate a pressurized system adjacent to a vacuum 10 to the minus 17 so. It goes against nature.
No, I mean, you can even see like a pool of water. Like a pool of water doesn't have a quote unquote container, right? Like as you go deeper into the pool of water, the pressure increases along a gradient. So you can see that an uncontained fluid has a pressure gradient without a container. So I mean,
that's not
again,
gas.
I'm here usually to listen, not to debate.
That's not gas. Water's not gas.
I just said fluid.
Yeah, gas disperses. Yeah, if you fart.
Yeah, you can say the same thing about like a heavy gas like sulfur hexafluoride in a fish tank. You see a pressure gradient as a function of altitude as well. So
yeah, that'll disperse as well. Sulfur hexafluoride's a gas. It'll still disperse throughout the gaps around it.
Yeah, but it won't have an even pressure as a function of altitude. It'll have a higher pressure at the bottom of the container than it is at the top.
Hold on, don't rumpus him. Altitude's a flat Earth measurement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Regardless, though, space is fake. Outer space, if it was an area of volume, then gas would fill it. That's what gas does, disperse into volumes.
Not on the scales that we're talking about, but sure.
I mean, not at the scales we're talking about. At any scale, it's a law of nature. It's the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, why is the air thinner at the top of Mount Everest than it is at sea level then?
Right, so you're saying that the gas which is produced at ground level through vegetation has made its way up away from the surface. In order to have a gas pressure at all, it must be under containment to form pressure. That is to say, if there was no containment, the very first particle of gas that was ever produced would dissipate away from the ground and never return, because it would have nothing to press on. Ergo, in order to have any pressurized system where it dissipates, that gets thinner with a cyclical nature. So gas is cycling constantly. But in order to have any pressure ever, it must be under containment, or it would fill whatever available volume it had available to it.
Again, I'm not looking to debate this, but no, I believe you're misunderstanding the gradient that we're talking about here. It's a homogeneous fluid that decreases with pressure as you increase in altitude, and it's a continuous function that asymptotically approaches zero. There's no pressure next to no pressure. It just slowly slides towards lower and lower.
Well, no, what you're describing is a violation of a law of nature. That's not what gas does. Gas will violently expand into whatever volume it has, if there's a volume available. Now, if it's contained, it can form a pressure gradient, a system, through cyclical nature of the gases cycling. However, for that to take place, for there to be a gradiated pressure, you first must have pressure. That's to say the gas has got to press on something to form that pressure, to form a pressure gradient. A pressure gradient is a delta of gas pressure. Gas pressure is gas pressing. If there's nothing to press on, we wouldn't have any gas to breathe. It is that simple. Any gas will disperse. With your sulfur hexafluoride example, that sulfur hexafluoride must be kept under containment for you to demonstrate that you can make it occupy an area of gas for it to then slowly dissipate throughout the available gaps in the existent pressure it's introduced to when you show floating a tinfoil boat on it, for example. When they do that demonstration, they have a piece of cardboard over the top of the tank after pumping it in from a container. It's not like they brought it in a wheelbarrow. They brought it in a container. And then before the demonstration, they cover it in card to stop it dissipating throughout the gaps in the air that already exists, that is already at existent pressure. So your sulfur hexafluoride example still obeys that law of nature, or they wouldn't need the cardboard covering it and the tank bringing it in. They'd just wheelbarrow it in, because it wouldn't be dispersing. But like any gas, it follows that law of nature. It disperses. If you leave the top off the tank of sulfur hexafluoride, it will dissipate between the gaps in all the other gases, and eventually there'll be none in the tank. That is entropic dispersion, the second law of thermodynamics. There is no example that defies that law of nature. Any gas will follow that law of nature. It's a law of nature. Meanwhile, the only necessity to have a sky vacuum is when you derive a spherical world to be in an orbit in a sky vacuum. That's the only reason to have a sky vacuum, an extraordinary claim that defies the law of nature. But in order to suggest that you've got an overcome, you appeal to altitude, which is measured from sea level. So it defies the principle that you're using to suggest there's a sky vacuum, that's sphericity of the world in a black area adjacent to the pressure around a ball, described as being atmosphere, sphere-shaped air. But that is defied when you describe by measurement this pressure gradient. The altitude is a measurement from a flat Earth, like the globe itself is derived from a flat Earth. So the mathematics of having a globe is derived from a flat Earth measurement, and it's only for that flat Earth measurement system that's spherical that you have this idea of a sky vacuum that needs to be explained when it's actually in defiance of a law of nature. I mean, you're entitled to your belief. If you want to believe in a sky vacuum, something that you cannot and will not have experienced, you're entitled to your belief. But in order to describe your belief or quantify your belief, you're doing it with flat Earth measurements like everybody, which is where my interest overlaps with this discussion, because you can believe in space all you like. I don't care. It's harmless to me if you believe there's a sky vacuum where men fly. But the fly is orbital motion that's derived from flat Earth measurements. The necessity for a sky vacuum itself, like I've just said, comes from making a sphere with a sky vacuum around it, scaled by Huygens. The only reason you've got these vast areas and distances is because a man named Huygens scaled Copernicus and Kepler's elliptical orbital motion derived from flat Earth measurements. So that you could say at altitude it gets thinner. What, the pressure? Yeah, that's gas pressing. So this is a self-defeating argument based on flat Earth measurements of altitude.
Okay.
I mean, I think we have spoke about this. I mean, the gentleman's saying because he's involved with, I'm not disrespecting you, by the way, Josh, because you're involved with building some sort of equipment that you presume is going up to a sky vacuum, but that can't exist. Then that sort of solidifies the belief even more for you, because you believe that them particular pieces of equipment or machinery, whatever you're doing, are going into a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, which Nathan has just mentioned. But Nathan got back onto the topic eloquently because he brought it back to, you know, the altitude above sea level, which you mentioned. So that was my first question to you. If you've been listening to the show, how do you think, you know, how are you dealing with this situation? And I think it was nice to go down this gas pressure route, because that was my question. How are you dealing with us not really concentrating on the waffle nonsense of not measurements? And we've soon got onto waffle nonsense about gas pressure. But Nathan brought it back down, and you did mention some sort of flat Earth prerequisite measurements, such as altitude from sea level. And that's what we're doing. We're just concentrating on the measurements from sea level. There can't be a globe for an oxymoron gas pressure atmosphere to be around with no containment into a vacuum of 10 to the minus 17 torr because Earth is measured flat from the 0 degree baseline called sea level. So there is no globe. Otherwise, we'd have measurements of the globe, and there is no measurements of a globe. There is only flat Earth measurements, and that's our rhetoric now. And I was just sort of seeing what how you're feeling about this, because it's just come down to measurements now. There's no need to talk about gas pressure or gravity or refraction. It's just a measurement. It's geography. So that was my initial question to you. Just in a nice conversation. But it's good to talk to you.
So I bounce around. I bounce around between a few different groups that discuss these topics, and the interesting one I find about this VC is the rhetoric tends to be the most radical, right? Like if you're going to put the rhetorics on a spectrum from it's definitely a globe to it's definitely flat, a lot of the places tend to be in the closer to the middle, where at least there's again, like you said, conversations about altitude or gas pressure or refraction or whatever, whereas the conversations in here, like you said, tend to assert that there is no debate, which I find quite interesting from a sociological point of view.
Well, it's not a sociological point of view, it's a measurement point of view. You appeal to altitude. From a sociological point of view, why would you be so batshit insane as to use a flat Earth measurement from sea level, that's altitude, to suggest that there's a sky vacuum around a sphere? From a sociological point of view, that's batshit insane. You're appealing to a flat Earth measurement and telling us about your belief in something that's not flat. That's a globe. That globe is built with flat Earth measurements. One of them, you've used altitude.
I'm not saying my sociological point of view. I'm saying the sociological point of view of the people that choose to be in this voice chat as opposed to other ones. It's a meta commentary. I'll drop it. I apologize.
Well, no. It's interesting that you've taken it to the psychology of it when it's a measurement-based topic. So the measurements, the reason we say there's no debate is because you specifically bring flat Earth measurements to the table. Altitude. Let's just get this squared away. I'm asking, why would you be so crazy, if you want to look at it from a sociological point of view, to interact with others and suggest that we've got something sphere-shaped, but then the measurement that you offer is from a flat plane? That to me seems crazy. Why would you want to interact with people suggesting your religious belief of a ball based on measurements of a flat plane? That seems crazy. Why would you do that?
No, I get it. I guess that's because that assertion only holds true in this specific voice chat. That's why I find it interesting, because your perception of that is insane. Right.
But you think my perception...
Where I bring that into other conversations.
Sorry, that's just rude.
The vast majority of conversations.
That's just rude. No.
Oh, wait, why?
Because you're appealing to a measurement. I'm saying your measurement defies your religious belief, and you've turned that around like I've somehow got some insanity. I didn't bring altitude. You did, didn't you?
Okay. I'm just here to listen and understand your perspective.
No, well, I'm trying to figure out why you've just insulted us, like we're the insane ones. I've asked you why you haven't answered me, by the way. Why would you be so fucking insane as to offer me a flat Earth measurement from sea level as a suggestion that we've got outer space around a sphere? Third time I've asked, you've just been rude in reply. Why do you use this flat Earth measurement of altitude when you think you've got a religious belief of being on a ball? Why would you do that?
Disagree with the assertion that it's a flat Earth measurement, and the assertion that it is a minority opinion that is held only by this VC as opposed to even other flat Earth communities. So that's why I'm interested.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You suggested that you were utilizing this measurement in your work, were you not?
Yeah, I'm saying I disagree with the assertion that it's...
Yeah. The assertion is you use this measurement from sea level, that's altitude, in your work. You're now projecting this onto me. I repeat, I didn't bring this bloody measurement. You appealed to it for your claim of sphericity. Now you're saying you don't agree with what? Your use of your sea level altitude measurement that you use in your work? You don't agree with your own measurement? Again, you sound... I'm still talking to you while I demean you for your insanity. You sound insane. You're denying your own stupid measurement from sea level, then, that you think's wrong and stupid and only held by this VC. You use it in your work according to your claim, don't you?
No, No, not the assertion that it's a flat Earth measurement exclusively is exclusive to this VC.
No, it's in the title.
Experience.
No, altitude from sea level, it being a flat Earth measurement, is in the title. It's from sea level. That's not my sea level. It's not a claim of this VC. Again, wanker. You use this measurement from sea level. It's not mine, and it doesn't belong to this VC. We haven't appealed to it. You have.
Come on, Nathan. You can do better.
What, than sea level?
No, you can do better than the ad hom.
Wanker, you've used this measurement, not me. Now you're attributing it to this VC. Like the belief that now you're talking through me like a complete wanker. Like a complete wanker getting triggered because I'm calling you insane. You have appealed to this measurement. Now you've projected that like it's the opinion of this VC that sea level and perpendicular altitude measurements are assertion. Wrong. You appealed to it fifth time.
He appealed to up and down right in the beginning, Nathan.
Yeah,
do you not understand your own words?
Just means
you don't understand your own words.
Like
altitude.
It's not. Yeah, it's not exclusive to a flat Earth, and the assertion that it is something that I've only experienced
really?
in this VC.
Sorry, you don't understand what sea level means. Then you don't understand the words coming out of your own dumb mouth. Then.
No, we just have a different understanding what that is defined as.
What does level mean? What does level mean? Sorry, we have a different definition, so it's a Socratic problem then. It's not this server and our beliefs, it's a Socratic problem. Well, then no worries. Let's come to terms in a Socratic way. What does level mean?
A constant height above a certain point.
No, not above a point. No, you don't understand the words that are coming out of your own stupid, insane mouth. No, points don't give you levels. Do you want to try again? Idiot.
Nathan, you can do better than the ad hom. I understand.
Idiot! It's not from a point, you stupid man. Do you want to try again? You're wrong. Idiot! Okay. I will chastise you. You have suggested that sea level measurements are attributable to this server. And it's a rhetoric.
No,
you appeal to it. Then you've said it's our definition. Now you're talking through me. Don't talk through me, you scumbag.
Oh, Jesus, dude. Come on, buddy.
Don't blaspheme at me either. How dare you? You appeal to this measurement. Now you're saying we've got different definitions. So what I'm doing is I'm taking you by the hand through the Socratic method. That's agreeing on terms, words and their meanings. You've got it wrong. You've got it wrong. I'm correcting you. Now you're chat skanking me while I correct you for being an idiot. No, level isn't described from a point. Singular. That's wrong. Dumbass. When are we going to have you controlling yourself? Sorry, you can do better than this, retard. You can do better than talking through me when you're wrong. Retard. You can do better.
Please stop. I do not want to be insulted. Please stop.
Well, then fuck off. Run, you coward bitch. You're the one who run away like a coward then.
I'm not going to run away.
Well, then shut up while I correct you, you dumbass chat skanking bitch.
I'm not going to leave.
Yeah, you're fucking moaning like a little girl.
You can do better.
What, better than a sea level that comes from a point? You're wrong. Your Socratic definition's inaccurate. It's not from a point. You are wrong, and now you're talking through me. Can you not do any better than talking through me correcting you for the third time while you suggest that I could do better? What, than the incorrect definition you gave of sea level to a point? Wrong, you stupid idiot. Now you've got two choices. You can try again like I gave you the opportunity already, or you can bleat like a little girl about how badly treated you're getting when you're wrong. Sea level, dumbass, who's now chat skanking through me again. Dumbass, Nathan, it's not from a point. Dumbass,
you can do better.
Dumbass, it's not from a point. You're wrong.
From your point of view, correct.
Stuttery, it's not from a quote point. You are wrong.
Under a spherical coordinate system.
A spherical. Do you want to get a grip, stuttery?
Buddy.
Level has got nothing to do with sphericity.
You're making yourself look bad here. You can engage.
You can stutter! You dumbass stuttery little twat! You retard who thinks level's got to do with the definition of a point. Wrong.
No. So this is
stuttery! Do you want to try again defining what level means?
No, I don't.
Well, then fuck off, you dumb retard. You don't deserve to be here. You don't follow the Socratic method. You're incapable of defining the words coming out of your own mouth. You're an idiot.
Listen. Oh, Jesus God, dude.
Stop blaspheming at me. I'm sick of it. Just because you don't know what fucking level means doesn't mean you get to talk through me. You don't understand the words coming out of your mouth. You're a retard. You don't know what level means. You think it's something to do with a single point? Wrong.
Okay.
Not okay! You stupid clown! You're here insulting us like sea level, a flat earth measurement of altitude you've appealed to, is somehow our responsibility when you say we don't agree on terms. No, you just don't know what the words you're using mean.
Okay, that's
not okay. You're a dumb fuck globe-believing clown. You're using flat earth measurements of altitude from sea level and suggesting that somehow we're zealots in an echo chamber where it's only our description of sea level. No, you don't understand what the word even means, and you've got the gall to insult us. No, you're the idiot who doesn't understand the meaning of the words you're using, not us. How dare you! Do you hear me, you stuttery globe-believing twat? How dare you insult us like we don't understand these words? I absolutely understand what the word level means. You failed to define it, you stupid clown.
Okay.
Stupid idiot! Do you want to whinge at me like a little girl again?
No, I'm just listening.
Then sit down and shut the fuck up. You used a flat earth measurement from sea level. That's a prerequisite level plane of reference. Level meaning having no part higher or lower than any other part. Not a single point, as incorrectly defined by you. A retard with a religion that defies his own measurements. You stupid idiot.
Okay.
Not okay! Infuriating! How you retards think you can come here and tell us that somehow we're the zealots? No, we understand what the words we use mean. Words like level, attached to sea, when perpendicular altitude's measured from it. You seem to think that that's us, redefining what the word means, because you think it's from a single point. You're just an idiot. Don't say okay.
Sure.
Yeah, you're an idiot. It wasn't an ad hom. It wasn't that I could do better. It's that you were stupid. You didn't understand the words you were using. You appealed to... Why are you talking through me, you dumb fuck retard globe cunt? I am chastising you for your utter stupidity, and you think you've got the right to talk while I talk. Sit down, you stupid retard, and be told about your flat earth measurement from sea level that you use in your work. It's not my claim. You put it on the table. I'll ram that up your ass. Your flat measurement from your sea level. I am ramming it up you while you chat skank through me and tell me I can do better.
You're into that? I mean, Nathan,
high-pitched much? You're getting told off, you stupid man. What you've got to say is inconsequential in your high-pitched tone, like you're having something rammed up you. Yeah, sea level. You're using a flat earth measurement to suggest your religious belief's true. It's idiotic. So, wasn't an insult, it was a correct assessment of your stupidity level. When you describe, by definition, level having no part higher or lower than another as being to a point, when you suggest that we just don't understand what these words mean, how fucking dare you? If you're in front of me, I'll break your nose, you stupid little retard. I'd stamp on your head and point out what a fucktard you are as you insult me. How dare you, you stupid little twat? Stop using flat earth measurements to suggest your religious belief, and you won't get chastised by me for being a fucking retard, which is what you are when you use flat earth measurements to infer your religious belief in a ball that's axiomatically defied by your own bleeding measurements you're appealing to.
Nathan, are you no, honest question, like human to human, are you...
Shut the fuck up! How dare you even talk to me?
Oh, I just want to make sure.
Shut up! You stupid globe-believing retard! You can sit down and listen from this point forth. You've decided you're going to insult us. Now you got the sharp end of my tongue for it, you stupid wanker.
I apologize if you interpreted.
Oh, really? That's very kind of you to
insults.
apologise. Now we can have a civil discussion now you've apologised for your idiocy and stupidity and your inability to define words correctly. We can establish that it wasn't an ad hom and it wasn't that I could do better. It's that you are just stupid. Sorry. So your apology meant nothing. While I pointed out the scenario, you start talking through the middle of me. Can you not do better than talking through the middle of me? Can you not do better than this?
You're doing the same thing to me, buddy.
I'll do whatever the fuck I like. I was having a reasonable discussion with you until you insulted us. Suggested that this was our definition. You're the one who bought it here, you dumb shit.
I mean, I haven't heard it from anywhere else besides here.
Oh, really? I heard you bring up sea level when you put it on the table, you stupid clown.
Because we, as you mentioned...
Stuttery! Yeah, you retard stuttery little twat. Yeah, you stutter for me when I point out you're the one who bought it here. Yeah, you bought sea level and put it on the table, you dumb shit.
Okay.
Yeah! It's a flat earth measurement by prerequisite, you fucking retard! And you got the gall to insult us, like we're the only ones who think sea level's level. No, you fucking spastic. You're the one who bought it here!
Sure.
Yeah, so stop using flat earth measurements for your dumbass religious belief in a ball.
Okay, would you, if I meant...
Would you coherently form a sentence for me, you stuttering fucktard?
The ad hom is...
No, you are literally stuttering at me, you fucking belligerent twat.
No, I mean, if you wanted to, like, sell your book or
Or be able to think of a full sentence.
You might.
Or be able to coherently deliver a sentence. Or maybe insult me about my book. You've used a flat earth measurement from sea level.
Oh, I just want what's best for you.
Stuttery! You've used a flat earth measurement from sea level.
That's why I was asking if you're okay.
Sorry, why are you not acknowledging the facts in this matter? You, not this forum, have used a flat earth measurement from sea level. Hello, retard! Altitude much? You dumb fuck globe-believing spastic. You're all willing to use these flat earth prerequisites like it's acceptable to use a flat earth measurement from sea level for altitude and then suggest that somehow we're the kooky ones? You dumb shit.
Yeah, you brought it up, Josh.
I was asked questions when I asserted that I was here to listen and learn from associates.
And stutter at us, insulting us like this is our claim. You bought altitude fifth time.
From my perspective, yeah, it is your claim. That's fine.
It's not my claim, you dumb shit. You put it on the table, not me.
I will return.
I will stutter at me in response. I will stutter at you. You're damn fucking right you will, you dumb globe-believing spastic. You bought this altitude measurement, not us.
I want to learn and I want you to be okay.
Well then sit down and shut the fuck up, you globe-believing retard. If you want to learn, sit down and shut up.
Okay.
Good boy.
Unless he wants to define altitude.
What he actually wants to do is come and tell us how he works in an industry that proves space is real, and that the second law of thermodynamics violating outer space is definitely something that he knows is real. Why? Because he puts up stuff at altitude. That was essentially your dumb fuck globe-believing spastic rhetoric that you put to us, while you now suggest that you're here to listen. No, you fucking weren't, you lying bastard. You were here to tell us that space is real with altitude measurements. That's what you did, you stupid fucking retard. Now I'm going to take that altitude measured from sea level and ram it up your dumb fuck insulting arsehole as you stutter at me. As you get chastised, and the best you've got is to talk while I talk, while I tear a strip off you for being stupid, using flat earth measurements from sea level to assert that there's a sky vacuum. That's what you did when you say you're here to listen. No, you fucking aren't. You're all liars. You're just another one in a long line of liars. If you were here to listen, you'd sit down and shut the fuck up, rather than telling us that a measurement from sea level proves you're putting shit in space. That's what you actually did, you dumb shit, lying bastard. No, you're not just here to sit and listen. You're here to tell us that your belief in a sky vacuum's real, based on a flat Earth measurement from sea level. That's what you did, you stupid idiot.
Yeah, it is that more than once. It claims there is a gradient. Where does it start, this gradient? Well, where is the 14.7 psi measured at?
Measured from sea level. Yeah, exactly. But he felt the need to come and preach his rhetoric of his religion to us, didn't he? Now, we know Earth's measured flat, you dumb shit who's now going to continue talking when he says he's here to listen. Lying bastard. Sit down and shut the fuck up, Josh, you stupid little retard.
My concession, my silence is compliant.
Shut up!
So,
you stupid fucking retard. You'll know I'll talk to you when I address you by your fucking name. Not when I'm in the middle of talking and you want to spurg out something through the top of me. Sit down and shut the fuck up. What you did was come here to affirm your religious viewpoint and insult the people in this server. That's why you're having a strip torn off you. Make no mistake about why you're getting told off for being a retard and appealing to flat Earth measurements that you've used. That's what you've done. There's a reason we know Earth's flat. Every measurement ever offered to us ever, including yours, was a flat Earth measurement. In your case, altitude, perpendicular to a plane. In the vertical. You only have vertical if it's axiomatically tied to a plane, and what do you know, the plane it's tied to's got it in the title. Sea level, much? Yeah, that's what you thought confirmed your sky vacuum religious belief, where you came here to tell us about how right you thought you were, you dumb 12-year-old twat. You stupid overgrown little boy. You thought your religious belief that the government gave you was worthy of telling us how we're somehow kooky? We're the ones with a viewpoint that sea level's level? No, you're the one appealing to it! You stupid clown. Dumb as shit. Stuck in some 12-year-old state where you think that the altitude from a flat plane is affording you a sky vacuum? What kind of bullshit logic is that? Somebody who doesn't understand laws of nature and doesn't understand what he's frickin' measuring because he thinks it's from a point. What level? Describing multiple points not being higher or lower than another is from a single point? No, just a retard here to peddle his religious belief. We know it's flat. All the measurements are flat. Your measurement was flat. Perpendicular to sea level is a flat Earth measurement. You used it. That's how we know it's flat. Absolutely fucking outrageous. It infuriates me when these stupid twats come here and think that they can insult us. Oh, well, this is a very biased point of view in this server. You guys with your crazy rhetoric that it's definitely flat and there's no debate. I mean, I know that if I measure a flat Earth for an altitude perpendicular to a sea level with level in the fucking title, that means there's a sky vacuum. No, that makes you a fucking retard, sociologically speaking, a spastic. Why the fuck would you come in and tell flat earthers that you've got a globe from a flat Earth sea level? That's just fucking deranged. That's not rhetorical. Why the fuck would you come in and give us flat Earth measurements to assert your religious belief? You're being addressed, you dumb shit, Josh. Josh, by name. Fucktard, by nature. Why the hell have you bought us flat Earth measurements to suggest you're confirming your belief in a ball? You dumb shit.
No, I said I was here to listen, so I'm going to listen.
No, you are lying. You came to tell us that an altitude measurement from sea level affirmed a sky vacuum, because apparently that's what you do in your work. Put stuff up.
Again, I don't want to be called a liar for coming in here and saying that I want to listen and not listen, so I'm gonna sit here and listen.
You didn't, you fucking liar. You don't want to be called a liar. What, you want to moan and bleat like a girl, then run away like a little bitch? You will be called a
sit here and
fucking
listen.
liar. You are one. You've come here to tell us how your job affirms a sky vacuum because things go up to an altitude measured from a flat plane. That's what you did. Now you want to say that you were just here to listen? Lying piece of shit. That is not why you are here. You are here to affirm your religious belief. That's why you're here, Josh. We know why you're here. You told us. Lying piece of shit.
If you want the core reason.
If I want to form a coherent sentence, I can do that, Josh. If you want to stutter at me in response, I suggest you do as you've suggested you're here when you lie. Sit down and shut the fuck up.
Okay. I'm going to sit here and listen.
Good. The reason this server knows beyond a doubt that Earth's flat is because we get offered flat Earth measurements regularly from dumb fuck lying spastics like you, Josh, who come in and want to affirm their religious belief in a ball with flat Earth measurements from sea level for altitudes perpendicular to a plane. Somehow in their dumb fuck twisted sociologically backward mind, they think that that's proving a ball. What, when you measure Earth flat from sea level? Definitely not. I question why somebody with a dumb fuck spastic belief that's based on a flat Earth measurement would come and spit it at us. I wonder why someone would do that, sociologically speaking. I would say that it's because these people are sociologically batshit insane. Yeah? If you knew that your flat Earth measurement from sea level affirmed your religious belief in a ball, you wouldn't fucking be here at all. You'd know that was the world you lived inside when you derive a ball to wrap around you in an orbital motion, derived from flat Earth prerequisite measurements of surface level also. You wouldn't suddenly think, oh, well, I need a flat Earth measurement of sea level to affirm this to a group of people who I say are a bit kooky with their dogged determination that it's flat. No, our opponents offer us flat Earth measurements every single time they try and affirm their own belief. Their own religion is affirmed by their flat Earth measurements, they think. And I go, what a wanker. How dare this person come in and insult us when he's got a flat Earth measurement attached to his religious belief? Like all of you dumb fucks who come here trying to prove that you're on a ball by suggesting that your flat Earth measurement proves it. It's insane. Just go to some echo chamber where they'll tell you that a measurement from sea level affirms your ball belief. Oh yeah, we've definitely got a sky vacuum wrapped around a ball. Atmosphere exists. Why? Well, because we measure the sphere-shaped air from a flat plane at sea level. That means it's sphere-shaped. Obviously, when we measure this altitude from a plane, it means the air's sphere-shaped and uncontained, because that makes total sense. Piss off to some other fucking retard ball-believing spastics where they'll tell you what you want to hear, rather than tell you off for insulting them when you come and use our measurements of our flat plane that are unilaterally used without exception to suggest you've got some sort of superiority in this because you work with things at altitude. That means that you can tell us what's what, does it? Now piss off. Go and visit wankers and thieves like Gem Panda and Simon Dan. Go and listen to that fucking thieving retard. Yeah? Because here you'll get chastised when you use a flat earth measurement to infer your sphere belief. You'll get chastised for your insults that you feel you're justified in passively aggressively utilising in our presence. Well, that would get you in my presence if you were actually in front of me as a broken fucking nose when you insulted me the way you did today. I would smash your teeth out for insulting me. That's what I would do to you. Now, men, real men, know not to fuck around in the presence of other men because there's a reasonable chance you'll have your head kicked in. And that's what would have happened to you here today, Josh, if you weren't on the fucking internet with your passive-aggressive insults that you passed off here. You'd have your teeth knocked out of your fucking head if you were in my presence and you did what you did here today. Do you understand that?
Nathan, you didn't hear his apology. His apology was, I'm sorry that you misunderstand the meaning.
Yeah, that's why I'd be stamping on your teeth. I'd be kicking them out of your fucking head, Josh, with your pathetic suggestion of an apology. Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way. Bang! I'd just break your fucking teeth. Oh, I'm sorry you're bleeding. You cheeky little twat.
I'm sorry you misunderstand what height means, elevation, and what the second law of thermodynamics means. I'm sorry you misunderstand that.
Yeah, we're sorry you misunderstood what level meant. We're sorry you thought it meant from a single point, you dumb fuck retard. We're so sorry that you misunderstood what flat Earth meant when you measured it from sea level to suggest sphere-shaped area without containment. We're sorry you're such a fucking retard. Yeah, sorry, not sorry. When you, a fucking retard delusional spastic with a religious belief, start spitting your non-facts based on my measurements at me with an insult attached, I would kick your teeth out if you were in my actual presence, Josh. Yeah? Because you're like the rest of these fucking dweebs with boring jobs and no fucking life. You're a boring-ass dweeb stuck in a 12-year-old mindset. Now, if you tried to present that demeanour in reality, not online, you'd very quickly find you'd have the shit kicked out of you by the real men who don't like being insulted by fucking adenoidal twats like yourself. Oh, well, I work sending things up and out. Do you fucking boring dweeb, Josh? You fucking bore me. You dweeb. You're at the bottom of the social barrel.
Nathan, it must be something to it. He gets paid for doing the things he does. He communicates.
He's a fucking boring dweeb. There's only two reasons why fucking boring dweebs like Josh feel they've got the right to come and insult people like us. One, because there's been an engineered impression that flat earthers are below fucking fart-sniffing, boring-ass idiot spastics like Josh here. That's a social engineered construct, that flat earthers are the bottom of the barrel, that they're worthy of insults. The second reason is because Josh is online. That's why. Because he won't get his teeth kicked out of his fucking head when he insults a man standing next to him, because he's not stood next to him. He's online. Notice how this only got unpleasant when the insults started hurling our way. Like, we got stereotyped as a group of individuals who've got these kooky beliefs in measurements from sea level for altitude, as a single example, that we didn't bring up. Some wanker who wants to insult us because he sees us as demeanable, lower than him in a social structure. Oh, right, they're just flat earth idiots, so I can insult them. Yeah, you wouldn't be doing that if you were actually in our presence. You can be damn sure of that.
And talk right through you. Constantly.
Yeah.
He said he wanted to listen, but he kept talking.
Yeah, another reason he'd have his fucking teeth kicked out of his head. Yeah, if you were stood next to me doing that, Josh, I'd just break your fucking nose. And you'd be wondering why you were on the floor bleeding. I'd be, because you're talking through me, you fucking annoying little prick. With your stupid religious belief that you want to impose on us. I'd be fucking invited you here to suddenly telling us about your religious belief of a sky vacuum. Who the fuck invited you to come in and tell us about your religious belief? No one gives a shit about your stupid religion, Josh. You fucking zealot. You think you can come in here and peddle it whilst telling us you're just here to listen, you lying spastic? How fucking dare you? Meanwhile, let it be known you're a fucking boring dweeb. What you do is tedious. So yeah, fuck off and listen to thieving cunts like Simon Dan, Josh. Because here, we won't tolerate your stupid nonsense. What we will do is take the shite that you spew that's measured from a flat earth and ram it back up you. For the entertainment of my audience. Me doing something a lot more amusing than sending things up at altitude in some boring shit job that you've got.
Nathan, I don't think that was his task. I think Phil Bell had a more important position because he literally claimed he controlled the satellites. He just communicates from country to country. This guy, I don't think he has anything to do with the movements of them. So he's really low.
Just another boring fucking fart-sniffing dweeb. Thinks he's got the right to insult us. Drives me nuts. Like, have some fucking humility. Furthermore, don't go peddling your bleeding religion to people. Everyone's entitled to their belief, but nobody wants other people's beliefs forced upon them. In this case, we've got this man's religious belief of a heliocentric worldview being foisted upon us like we need to hear about his fucking religion. No, I don't want to hear about your fucking religion. You're entitled to it. Believe whatever you like. You want to believe that you're capable of being a Superman in an orbit, flying around in the Roman Catholic Church's maths? Feel free. Meanwhile, all of the measurements that you actually ever appeal to will be flat Earth measurements. Don't come here telling us Earth's not flat when you're using those fucking measurements.
And it wasn't the first sentences. The first few sentences of his satellite, he used the words up and down.
It's all they ever do. Perpendicular to a plane, much? Vector in the vertical, much?
Well, I had to jump out there for a little bit, but then I just jumped in and I heard it all kicking off. What happened there with Satellite Guy then in the end? Did he just go into like a heliocentric?
They start stereotyping the entire server like we're a bunch of kooks because we know it's flat. You're like, you're using sea level. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, well, I don't view it that way. I view that it's Socratically defined to a single point. Like, no, spastic.
That's what fucks me up about it, Nate.
It's impossible to describe any type of height from a single point. Are you kidding me?
Go ahead, Craig. Why is it?
I like that one.
Hold on. Go ahead, Craig.
It just kills me, bro. Like every day it's statement of fact, and the retort is, And you're like, okay, this is a fucking great argument, isn't it?
I don't agree with the way you define it. What are you talking about? You've used the measurement, apparently, in your day-to-day work.
To actually help your case. Got any of them? No? Oh.
Yeah, there is no globe level height.
Yeah, well, you might think it's level, but I just don't see it that way. Well, yeah, well, you won't, because you live on a globe, and we haven't got any globe measurements because it's measured from sea level. So you're going to have to, I keep saying it, it's going to come down to, the crux of it will be, they will be saying sea level is curved. That's the starting point and the finishing point is sea level. Because that's where we start with the measurements. That's the 0 degree baseline where we start our measurements, and that's where it ends. And it ends with them saying sea level's not level. So that's you can just boil it down to asking him straight off, do you think sea level's level or do you think it's curved? Because that's what it's going to come hard on the pun down to.
I mean, I don't care. Right, I'm not going up in this guy's face, finding him on a server that he's in to tell him how flat it's measured. It's measured flat regardless of my viewpoint. I don't need to peddle this to somebody. It's not a religion. It's not derived from the Roman Catholic Church. It's how we measure Earth. Heliocentrism, on the other hand, is a religious belief that suddenly we're having foisted upon us. Like, oh, well, in this server, you seem very full of yourselves. Why? Because you've come to us with sea level? Well, yeah, that's a regular occurrence that we have to deal with.
Yeah, there's nothing kooky about using sea level as a flat baseline for practical measurements in reality. What is kooky is taking those flat measurements, then calculating them into a sphere belief. That's pretty kooky.
Or redefining what level means.
Yeah.
Redefining it to a single point. Well, it isn't that. While simultaneously telling us that we've got the definitions wrong. It's just how you guys term it, it's how you guys describe it, it's just wrong. Oh, how do you describe it? Well, incorrectly. Okay. Yeah, that was justifiable reason to insult us.
Well, a map's not a definition, a scale on a map's not.
They've forgotten that they left out of the description of this word is to say in a long scale or in a short scale. Because a level is level, regardless of the scale.
Right, I told you about that. Yeah, definitions. Map scales are not definitions. Yeah, it's an actual measurement that's been taken and put onto a map to navigate the Earth. Look at the scale. It's linear, it's horizontal, and all the elevation profiles above that sea level will be there. That is not a definition. That is something you show somebody that somebody is measured. Nathan didn't measure it. Neil didn't measure it. I didn't measure it. Somebody's already done the measurements, and it's linear and flat and horizontal.
Exactly. But if you can suddenly take it into the Socratic, then suddenly it's about the English definition and how it's termed. You're like, no. When you measure altitude, it just is perpendicular to sea level. But the measurement perpendicular to sea level is just a measurement. If you try and redefine it outside of the axiom of perpendicularity, that's an attempt to take the Socratic into account, when in reality it's just being utilised for measuring.
Exactly.
This is something about how they see it. Yeah, they keep saying we don't see it that way. So maybe it's because they watch so much telly. They've got square eyes. And my eyes are round, but I see it flat. Maybe their square eyes see it curved.
Yeah, but click when they say they don't see it. Say, well, go and look at a map scale. You'll see it there.
No, they
Did he say he wanted to put it into a sociological perspective, or he was viewing this conversation in this server from a sociological perspective? Is that what he said?
In other words, assess us socially rather than based on the measurements.
Okay, well, let me follow up with this then. In a social setting, if I was a classmate of Josh's, and we both went to the same school, and we both had the geometry teacher, and then 10 years later we went back to our 10-year class reunion, and we both confronted the geometry teacher at the same time, I would thank him profusely for teaching me geometry and passing. I'm going to assume that someone in Josh's position also passed geometry. But he would have to go back now with his fancy pants job and tell the geometry teacher that he's full of shit. What? That's sociological insanity.
Yeah, but he was also taught freaking gas pressure without containment, right? He was also taught about the gas laws, how the cycles work.
Well, then
and he denied it right here
his
in front of
science teacher
everybody.
too and tell his he tell his science teacher he's full of monkey dung, and then he can go to his trigonometry professor and tell his trigonometry teacher, no, you're wrong too. You're wrong, and I'm right because I track satellites in outer space. Wow.
He doesn't even do that. That's Phil Bell. He communicates with other countries about the products they sell. That's what I heard. Maybe he can clear it up if he's still there. But I mean, come on now. And he also brought it into a science endeavor.
He's gone. They all run. They can't take it.
Right. He tried to introduce it as science, too. I don't know if anybody caught that, but I heard it.
Neil, just forget that my pressure gradient starts at sea level.
Oh, Nathan, I'm sorry that you misunderstood how things are in the real world. I'm sorry you misunderstood what sea level means. I'm sorry you misunderstood what the gas laws are. I'm really sorry you got a different understanding than I do.
Well, that's where we are. That's, But, it's like I was sort of asking about the measurements to start with. How do you feel about, with our rhetoric and how we're sticking to measurements, and he went straight into satellites.
Well, that's his authority. Don't you understand? Like Nathan's right. He's declaring himself the authority. You idiots say outer space don't exist. Well, I work in a company that deals with the stuff that goes into that place you guys saying don't exist.
Satellites aren't those things that defy gravity.
Well, and one deck asked him a legitimate question. They asked him a legitimate question. Do you know, without a doubt, that the satellite has gone into outer space? And he couldn't answer that either.
Well, it was Len that actually, but yeah, he couldn't answer it.
It was Mr. Tyson the other day. I recall saying nobody's ever been to space. Everybody's in low Earth orbit. Nothing even the space station is in low Earth orbit. So the only real people to go were the people who went to the moon.
My critique right now is going to go to the panel. I'm a little disappointed. He's a little slow on the picking up of the up and down. He's went right to freaking debunking gas law.
And Neil, when I was talking to him, I just wanted to hear his point of view. I didn't want to jump all over him. I just wanted him to hang himself.
Yeah, I mean, I did, Neil, before you.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. I was surprised that you won, Deck.
No, picked up on it, but I introduced the guy. No idea who the guy was. He sounded quite okay, so I just he brought up I asked the first thing I asked him was about the measurements, and then he brought up satellite. Then Len asked the question. I thought, well, let's just see where he goes with this. I mean, Len asked him, you really think it's in space? But then I thought, well, all right, let's ask him about gas pressure then. Yeah, we did track back, but I wanted to see how he was. Just was he a normal, nice person? But when I jumped out for 15 minutes and jumped back in, all I could hear was Nathan giving him what for. So I thought, I can guess how that's ended up. Yeah, but you was on it, Neil. You was on it, mate.
Yeah, he brought up and down immediately, and I knew he had to because that's the only way he could describe what he thinks he does or is involved with satellites. And I'm sorry, up and down, it was a reference to a flat plane.
I suppose sometimes you got to try and have a conversation with the guys, and like I think we did get to that, like Nathan's done in his book with gas pressure and satellites, and he did it there and then. He did mention altitude. So even though we've gone into the gas pressure, nonsense waffle talk, we still managed to bring him back down to earth. Pardon the pun. And I think that's what Nathan was saying. You can lean into it a little bit with them and then just swing it back around.
No, I'm only breaking your chops. You got to deal with what's at hand. Even though he did mention up and down, the focus was on his claim that, he's sending objects into a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So you have to go through it. And that's surprising. He totally outright denied it.
Yeah.
It's not surprising, but.
Yeah. But that shows you where it used to go. He's going to say, well, no, gas pressure doesn't require containment, or gravity is the containment. Then you get into gravity, Newtonian gravity down, or Einstein gravity, bending of space-time in the fourth dimension. So you're all over the shop now, where if he's mentioned the altitudes of the satellites, you say, well, that's above sea level.
Yeah, he just went with no containment at all, needed at all. Like you say, usually they'll say things like, well, gravity is the container, or like my son, the atmosphere is the container. Space is very big, so we don't know where it ends. So I agree it's contained. Right? He just outright said, no, that's not true. Then he tried to slip it to fluids with his little puddle of water. Nathan jumped on that right away.
Yep. That's what they've got to do.
They will mention vacuum without the chamber. They just mention the word vacuum. When we know that every single vacuum that we produce requires a chamber. But let's not talk about it. Same thing goes for the pressurized system. Yeah, it requires the chamber in order to be pressurized, and it requires the container. So they're describing two different systems, one under pressure and one with a vacuum, which is pressure as well, but and with a pressure gradient between them. That was.
But weren't we discussing things in nature? I haven't tripped over a vacuum in nature.
Oh yeah, as well. Yeah. Yeah, There are no vacuums in nature.
What do you mean
Because
vacuum? It just means the differential in pressure. You know, above and below a wing. That's a vacuum.
I mean, I'm thinking about Nathan on his if he gets out on some of these shows. I should have, and I don't know. I'm Nathan. I'm not speaking for Nathan. If he's on a show or whatever, and that sort of thing might come up. So Nathan might have to go into that gas pressure a little bit like we did tonight. You know.
Yeah, but one deck. You know something? I think that would be eye-opening for an audience. This seems like commonplace to us, but I think of the first time I heard that. You know what I mean? So it is going to be like penny dropping and eye-opening for a lot of people that never heard it. Like, oh, shoot, they'll start putting things together. That is true. You know, and then you show that demonstration of that, what was it, that college thing, the black and white of the gas going into the other containment from one to another quickly.
Yeah, entropy, yeah.
They definitely going to bring pictures from outer space.
I think Nathan stepped into it today. He said on the, you know, obviously when he's on these servers and, you know, you're going to chop the legs off and shout at them a little bit and tell them to sort their heads out. But I think Nathan I don't think Nathan's going to do that out on the road. He's just...
No, he'll be a teacher.
Yeah.
He'll go into teaching mode.
Yeah. So you might have to sort of reiterate some of the book where, you know, where you are talking about gas pressure and gravity and the different types of gravity. But and then bring up, you know, the Newtonian gravity will, you know, is referencing a horizontal plane and the other types of gravity. So you're leaning into the heliocentric a bit, but you're always picking up on the points where they're using a flat Earth measurement, even in the heliocentric nonsense rhetoric, like orbits.
How many normal people, one deck, how many normies in the world that you can go to and they will know that Newtonian gravity has been superseded? Not many, right? If they're in the serene, yeah, they've heard it, but I don't think the normie does or has ever heard it. So when it's brought up to them, that's going to be something that they're going to think about.
Oh, you're getting rumpus, Neil, up.
Only in universities. Only when you go up in education, you'll change the Newtonian to Einstein.
Right. So maybe they'd have heard it, but, you know, there's a lot of people that just finished high school. They didn't go into, like, college or anything.
No.
So,
I mean, I did it a few years ago with a mate of mine, you know, I don't know, about 4 years ago, you know, talk about this subject. And what did he do? I was at, you know, back at his place. We'd been out, we'd had a couple of drinks, and we were talking about flat Earth as usual. And gravity came up. I don't know why gravity came up, because it's got nothing to do with measurements, although it did, but I didn't pick up on it at the time. He just he stood up and picked I don't know what it was off the table, a pen, and dropped it on the floor. That was his, you know, that's what the most people will still do. To drop something on the floor that's more dense than the air that it's in.
Yeah, check out this downward vector perpendicular to a plane of reference. Amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Michikaku admits that we've lied to you. Do you think the force of gravity is keeping you in your seats? No, it's not. There is no such force.
You can think of it as a force if you want.
Yeah, Michikaku specifically said, we lied to you. There's no such thing as gravity.
Well, George Musa gave us his permission to think of gravity as a force.
But there is no force of gravity at all.
No, but we have permission to think of it as one.
Yeah, I wanted to say about vacuums in nature earlier on, about how there's no vacuums in nature. A couple of weeks ago, I saw someone had fly tips in a local town, and I'm pretty sure there was some old household appliances.
One was a vacuum.
Really? I just bought a Hoover.
Nice one, then. Guys, I've got to shoot off. I've got a call coming in, and then I've got something to do. So nice chatting to you. I'll catch you all tomorrow. In a bit.
I'll round out on that note. A huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and Jeepers panels for making today's after show possible. Also, massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing. Oh no, press the wrong button.
Horizontal, flat, ESC, now you know it's flat, below ground, measured, flat.